Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story my Wi-Fi network name changed to I Can See You Breathing is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first time the network name changed, I was standing barefoot in my kitchen at 1:17 in the morning, waiting for a mug of instant oatmeal to cool, and the microwave clock was blinking the wrong time. Not dead, not reset, just wrong. It said 3:42. The stove still said 1:17. My phone said 1:17. The little digital thermometer stuck to the fridge with a Boston Celtics magnet said 64 degrees inside, 38 outside, which was exactly the kind of cold April night that made our old apartment windows click in their frames. But the microwave, which had not lost power because the oatmeal had cooked without complaint, had somehow wandered 2 hours and 25 minutes into the future. I remember leaning in, close enough to see my own warped reflection in the microwave door. My hair was smashed flat on one side. My eyes had that gritty, half-awake shine people get after staring at screens too long. Then my phone buzzed. Not a notification, just that quick little vibration it makes when it disconnects from Wi-Fi and hops onto data. I looked down. At the top of the screen, where it usually said Miller Apt 5G, it said, I can see you breathing for a few seconds. I honestly thought I was still dreaming. I'm Daniel Miller, 32, male, originally from Worcester, Massachusetts, though I'd been living in Somerville for 6 years by then, in a third-floor walk-up that smelled faintly of old radiator heat, dust, and whatever the downstairs neighbors fried most often. I worked remote tech support for a medical billing software company, which meant I spent 40 hours a week telling angry office managers that, yes, I understood the update was frustrating, and no, I could not personally restore the button they liked better in the old version. That job made me pretty good at staying calm in small disasters. It also made me very good at pretending I was calm when I was. My flaw, if I'm being honest, was that I hated asking for help until the situation had already grown teeth. I liked being the person who fixed things. Router acting up, sink clogged, weird charge on a credit card, landlord ignoring emails. I'd disappear into the problem and come back with a solution, or at least a convincing explanation. It came from somewhere older than adulthood. My father had been the kind of man who treated uncertainty like a character defect. If you didn't know what to do, you learned fast and acted like you'd known all along. So there I was, a grown man in a t-shirt and pajama pants, staring at a Wi-Fi network name that seemed designed specifically to make me look over my shoulder. And my first thought was not call someone. It was probably a joke. The apartment was quiet in the layered way old buildings are quiet. Not silent, never silent. The refrigerator clicked and hummed. Steam ticked softly inside the radiator by the living room windows. Somewhere below me, a pipe knocked twice, then unsettled. From Highland Avenue, 3 stories down and half a block over, came the wet whisper of tires passing through leftover rain. Our router sat on the bookshelf beside the TV, one antenna cocked at a lazy angle like an insect leg. Its white status light blinked steadily. I padded into the living room, mug in one hand, phone in the other. The oatmeal had gone sticky at the edges. Cinnamon smell rose from it, sweet and ordinary, and that somehow made the words on my phone worse. I can see you breathing. The network had full bars. I tapped it. Password required. That was the first thing that let me breathe normally again. It wasn't ours. It couldn't be ours. Someone nearby had renamed their network. Some college kid. Some drunk guy. Some bored neighbor with a grim sense of humor. Somerville apartments are stacked close enough that you can smell when the building next door burns garlic, so picking up a nearby router was nothing new. I opened the Wi-Fi list. There were the usual names: Verizon 4 BDK2, Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi, Unit to Guest, FBI surveillance van, because apparently that joke had survived every generation of router owners. But Miller Apt 5G was gone. So was Miller Apt G. I stood there for a while, thumb hovering over the screen. The bedroom door creaked open behind me. Dan. Mara's voice was rough with sleep, half irritation and half worry. Mara Ellis, 31, female, from Portland, Maine, was my girlfriend of 3 years, and the only person I knew who could wake up from a dead sleep sounding like she had already reviewed the situation and found it poorly organized. She worked as a veterinary technician at an emergency animal hospital in Charlestown, which meant she was practical in a way that sometimes made my problem-solving look theatrical. She could hold pressure on a bleeding paw, comfort a sobbing owner, and tell a drunk stranger that his Labrador had eaten a sock, not had a stroke, all before midnight. She came into the living room wearing one of my old sweatshirts, her dark hair twisted into a loose knot that had partly collapsed. Her bare feet made soft, sticking sounds on the old hardwood. "Why are you standing like that?" she asked. "Like what? Like you heard someone sneeze in the walls." I almost laughed. I wanted to. Instead, I turned the phone toward her. She squinted. "What am I looking at?" "The Wi-Fi." She took the phone, blinked once, then held it closer. "That's not funny. I didn't do it." "I know you didn't. You think changing the Netflix profile icons counts as a prank." That was funny. It was not. My mother was a raccoon for 3 months. A normal sentence. A normal argument. For a second, the apartment settled back around us, as if nothing had happened. Mara swiped through the network list with her thumb, lips pressed together. Her face was lit from below by the phone, making the tired hollows under her eyes look deeper. "Where S hours?" she said. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. Maybe the router reset. The network name wouldn't become that. Could somebody have hacked it?" I almost answered too quickly, which would have been a lie. Maybe, but they'd need the admin password or physical access, unless there's some vulnerability. And our router's old, but not ancient. Mara looked toward the bookshelf. The router blinked. Green, green, green. "There's still internet?" she asked. My phone dropped off. "Try yours." She went back into the bedroom and returned with her phone. Nora, our cat, slipped out behind her like spilled ink, paused in the doorway, and looked at both of us with sleepy contempt. Nora was female, 4 years old, born in a litter behind a body shop in Medford, according to the rescue paperwork. Though Mara insisted cats did not need hometowns because they believed all places belonged to them anyway. She padded toward the radiator, tail high, and hopped onto the windowsill where the glass reflected the room in dim layers. Couch, bookshelves, Mara's pale legs, me holding oatmeal I no longer wanted. Mara unlocked her phone. "Same thing," she said. "You're off Wi-Fi?" "Yeah, LTE." She tapped the creepy network and frowned. "It wants a password. C, could be someone else's. Full bars, nearby someone else. Our router's literally 6 feet away." I hated that she said it. She walked to the shelf and crouched in front of the router. "What happens if we unplug it?" "Wait," she looked up at me. I heard myself say, "Let me check the admin page first." Mara stared. "What? You are doing the thing." "What thing?" "The I can solve this if nobody touches anything thing." "I'm not doing a thing. You're holding oatmeal like evidence." I looked down. The spoon had sunk into the surface and stood at an angle. From the bedroom, my laptop gave a soft notification chime. Both of us turned our heads. It was nothing. Probably email. Probably some automated alert from work. But at that hour, with that network name glowing on Mara's phone and the microwave lying about time in the kitchen, the sound felt pointed. Not loud, just placed exactly where it needed to be. I put the mug on the coffee table and went to the bedroom. Our bedroom faced the back of the building, toward a narrow alley and the rear porches of 2 adjacent triple-deckers. At night, the alley held sound strangely. You could hear cigarette coughs from one porch, a dog's nails on wooden stairs from another, bottles being dropped into recycling bins with a hollow crash that seemed too close. The room smelled like laundry detergent, and the lavender hand lotion Mara used after work to scrub away the antiseptic smell of the animal hospital. My work laptop sat open on the desk because I had a bad habit of telling myself I was done for the night and then answering one more ticket. The screen was black. I touched the trackpad. The lock screen appeared, and under the Wi-Fi icon was the same message. Not in the network list. Connected. Connected to. I can see you breathing. I stopped with my hand still resting on the desk. Mara came up behind me. "Dan, it connected to that." "Yeah. How?" "You said it needed a password." "I didn't enter one." She reached past me and clicked the network menu. I could hear her breathing now, actually hear it, because she was close to my ear and trying to keep it steady. The list opened. There it was at the top. I can see you breathing, connected, secured below it, weaker signals from other apartments. "No Miller apt 5G," Mara whispered. "Turn it off." "I just need Daniel." She rarely used my full name. When she did, it usually meant an animal was bleeding in her arms, or I had put a cast iron pan in the dishwasher. I disconnected from Wi-Fi. The icon vanished. The laptop sat there, offline and harmless, mostly harmless. I opened the router admin address out of habit. Nothing loaded, obviously. Mara crossed her arms. "Unplug it." I went back to the living room and pulled the power cord from the router. The green lights died one by one. The The room changed without them, darker at the edge of the TV stand. Nora lifted her head on the sill, annoyed by our movement, then tucked her paws back under herself. Mara refreshed her Wi-Fi list. The creepy network remained. Full bars. Okay, she said quietly. I took her phone and refreshed mine. Same. The apartment seemed to get narrower. I went to the window and looked out through the reflection of our own room. The glass was cold enough that the tip of my nose felt it before I touched it. Across the alley, most windows were dark. One porch light burned yellow over a set of sagging wooden stairs. Rainwater dripped from the gutter in a steady, uneven rhythm. Tap, 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 tap. On the second floor of the building behind ours, a rectangle of blue light flickered behind blinds. Television, maybe. Someone awake. Could be from there, I said. Mara joined me, but stayed half a step back from the glass. Don't point. I'm not pointing. You're doing the body version of pointing. I lowered my shoulders. A car passed on the street out front, bass thumping faintly, then faded. In the alley, something metallic shifted. A trash can lid settling. A raccoon. Wind, Mara said. Text Owen. Owen Briggs, 34, male, from Providence, Rhode Island, lived in the unit below us on the second floor and had become our building's unofficial maintenance liaison because he owned both a cordless drill and the emotional endurance to call our landlord more than once. He worked as a public school music teacher in Cambridge, and he had the loose, tired kindness of a person who spent his days convincing 11-year-olds not to weaponize clarinets. We weren't best friends, but we had keys to each other's apartments for emergencies, and he fed Nora when Mara and I visited my sister. At 1 a.m, he's awake half the time grading or arranging band music. He has school tomorrow. So do the children, and that hasn't stopped them from needing him. She was right. Owen was also the kind of person who would tell me if I was being ridiculous without enjoying it too much. I texted, "Hey, sorry it's late. Weird question, can you check your Wi-Fi list and tell me if you see a network called I Can See You Breathing?" The message delivered. The 3 dots appeared almost immediately. Mara and I stood over the phone like it was a test strip. Owen replied, "Jesus. Yeah, full bars. Thought it was one of you guys being weird." Then our internet dropped too. Mara's mouth tightened. I typed, "Our router is unplugged and it's still showing." A pause. Then Owen, "Mine too." I read it 3 times even though the words didn't change. From downstairs, very faintly, came the sound of a chair scraping. Then footsteps. Not in our apartment, below us. Owen moving around. Mara rubbed both hands over her face. So it's not just us. That's good, is it? I mean, it makes it less targeted. She gave me a look. I regretted the word as soon as it left my mouth. Another text came in. "You want me to come up?" Before I could answer, there was a soft knock at our apartment door. 3 taps. Polite, careful, Mara and I both froze. The knock came again. Tap, tap, tap. My phone buzzed in my hand. "Owen, actually, I'm outside. Didn't want to text from the hallway and freak you out." Mara exhaled through her teeth. "I hate him. I'll get it. Look first." I crossed the living room slowly, aware of every creak in the floorboards. The hallway beyond our door always smelled like old carpet, lemon cleaner, and the neighbors' cigarettes, even though smoking had been banned in the building since before we moved in. I leaned toward the peephole. Owen stood in the fisheye circle of light, wearing flannel pajama pants, a red socks hoodie, and one sock. He held his phone in one hand and a small flashlight in the other, pointed at the floor. I opened the door. "Sorry," he whispered. "I thought maybe you'd want independent confirmation from someone dressed professionally." Mara stepped into view. "You're missing a sock. Budget cuts." He came in, and the hallway air came with him, cooler and dusty. He smelled faintly of coffee and mint toothpaste. Owen held up his phone. "It's still there, same on mine. My router is unplugged. I also unplugged my modem because I panicked with purpose." I shut the door and locked it. Then, after half a second, I slid the chain to. Owen noticed, but didn't comment. "Could be someone with a portable hotspot," he said. "Right. They name it whatever they want. Stand near the building, strong signal." "At 1 in the morning," Mara said. "People do stuff at 1 in the morning." "We are currently doing stuff at 1 in the morning," I said. "A hotspot wouldn't knock out our routers." "It wouldn't," Owen agreed. "Less the routers are fine, and our devices are just choosing the strongest network. They wouldn't connect without a password." "My phone didn't connect," he said. "Just sees it. My laptop connected." Owen looked at me. Mara said, "Without him entering anything." Owen's face did something subtle then. His teacher expression went away, the patient, amused one, and what was left was a man trying to decide whether the problem was electrical, criminal, or something he didn't yet have a drawer for. "Show me." I showed him. The laptop still had Wi-Fi off. I turned it back on and the menu populated. For a moment, the creepy network appeared lower in the list, just another name among names. Then it jumped to the top. Connected, no prompt, no delay. The tiny fan inside the laptop spun up, thin and insect-like. Mara said, "Turn it off again." I did. Owen stared at the router shelf. "What kind of laptop is that?" "Company-issued ThinkPad. VPN. Usually." "Not now, I'm off shift." "Could be saved credentials?" he asked. "For a network name I've never seen," he made a face. "Yeah, no." Nora hopped down from the windowsill and walked to the front door. She sniffed the gap at the bottom, whiskers forward. All three of us watched her. From the hallway outside came a sound so small I almost missed it. Not a knock, more like fabric brushing the door. Mara whispered, "Is someone out there?" Owen lifted his flashlight, but didn't move. I looked through the peephole again. The hallway was empty. At least the slice of it I could see. The bulb over the stairs buzzed weakly, turning the beige walls the color of old teeth. The carpet runner disappeared downward into shadow. "No one," I said. Nora kept sniffing. Then my phone buzzed again. Not a text. A notification from an app I hadn't opened in months. Home cam light. Motion detected at front door. For a moment, I didn't understand it. We didn't have a front door camera. Then I remembered. 2 Christmases earlier, my sister had given us a cheap indoor security camera after a package theft in her building in Quincy. I set it up in our front window for exactly 1 week, got annoyed by false alerts from headlights and delivery trucks, and tossed it into the junk drawer under the TV with dead batteries, foreign coins, and takeout menus. I opened the app. Mara said, "What is that?" "That old camera. But it's not plugged in." The app loaded slowly. A spinning circle. Then a gray thumbnail appeared. "Device online," Owen said very softly. "No screen went black for half a second. Then it showed our living room, from low down, from inside the room. The angle was wrong and grainy, tilted sideways, as if the camera were lying on its back or wedged between objects. I could see the bottom of the coffee table, the leg of the couch, the edge of my abandoned oatmeal mug. I could see Mara's bare feet, Owen's one sock, my own ankles, and beyond us, on the bookshelf, the router sat dark and unplugged. The live feed flickered. Audio crackled through my phone speaker, loud enough that all of us flinched. At first, it was just static, then breathing, not dramatic, not monstrous, just the close, damp sound of air passing over a tiny microphone. In, out, in, out. Mara reached for my wrist so hard her nails pressed crescents into my skin. The feed froze. A message appeared over the video, connection unstable. Then another notification dropped from the top of the screen. Nearby device joined your network. Underneath it, in smaller text, Daniel's ThinkPad, my laptop, was closed on the desk in the bedroom. Wi-Fi was off, or it had been. Owen said we should call someone. I almost said call who? Comcast, the landlord, the police. What exactly did you report? A rude Wi-Fi name, a dead camera that wasn't dead, a laptop behaving like a dog let off leash. But Mara was already looking at me, and I could see the shape of what she was afraid I'd do. Explain, delay, make it tidy before admitting it was bad. Outside, in the hallway, the old bulb buzzed. Inside, the phone warmed in my hand. Nora backed away from the door, low to the floor now, tail puffed thick. Owen held up his flashlight. We can check the hallway and the junk drawer camera, or we can lock ourselves in here and call the cops first. Mara looked from him to me. My thumb hovered over the emergency call button, but my eyes went to the junk drawer beneath the TV, where that dead little camera was supposed to be buried. We had a choice. Open the drawer and find out what was watching us, or call for help and admit, out loud, that something inside our ordinary apartment had already reached in. Owen's phone was the first one to lose service completely. He held it up near the window, then over his head, then walked a slow circle around our living room with one sock whispering against the floorboards. No bars, he said. That's new. Mara looked at her phone. I've got one. I checked mine. One bar, then none, then one again. The emergency call button glowed at the bottom of the screen like a dare. Try calling, Mara said. Police. Yes, Daniel, the police. Not your router manufacturer. I deserved that. But it still landed sharp. I tapped emergency call. The phone hesitated. Then it chirped twice and displayed call failed. No ring, no operator, just the flat refusal of a device that had decided not to be useful anymore. For a second, nobody spoke. The old building filled in the gap for us. Radiator ticks, the fridge compressor, rain tapping the kitchen window, the faint buzz of the hallway light beyond our locked door. Nora had retreated under the coffee table and crouched there with her chin low, eyes shining at ankle height. Okay, Owen said. Landline. We don't have one, I said. Of course you don't. Nobody has one until they need one. Mara moved to the TV stand and yanked open the junk drawer. Wait, I said. She stopped, hand inside the drawer, and turned her head slowly. Do not wait me right now. I'm not saying don't. I'm saying be careful. The drawer was the kind of place where useful things went to become slightly dangerous. Loose batteries, scissors, a utility knife with a cracked yellow handle, 2 dead remotes, thumbtacks in a film canister, instruction manuals for appliances we no longer owned. Mara lifted things out one at a time and set them on the floor. Her hands were steady, but the corners of her mouth were tight. Owen crouched beside her with the flashlight angled into the drawer. There, he said. At the back, wedged under a rolled measuring tape and an expired AAA card, was the little camera. Home cam light, white plastic, cheap rounded edges, one black glass eye. A charging cable was attached to it. The other end disappeared through a gap in the back of the drawer. That was impossible in a boring, physical way. Not supernatural. Worse, almost. Somebody had threaded a cable behind our furniture into a drawer we used maybe twice a month, and we hadn't noticed. Mara didn't touch it. Was that cable always there? She asked. No, I said. You're sure? I set it up. It had a 6-foot cable. I put the camera in there loose when I stopped using it. Owen leaned closer, but kept his hands back. Where does the cable go? I grabbed the TV stand and pulled it away from the wall. It screamed against the floor. All 3 of us flinched. Behind it was the private archaeology of apartment life. Dust fur, a lost bottle cap, one of Nora's toy mice, and a white cable running down from the drawer across the baseboard and into the wall. Not into an outlet, into the wall. There was a tiny drilled hole just above the floor trim, clean and round, no wider than a pencil. Mara made a small sound, not a scream, more like the beginning of a word she decided not to finish. Owen pointed his flashlight at the hole. That's recent. How can you tell? I asked. Because there's no paint dust around it. No grime. Look at the edge. He was right. The hole was raw. Pale wood showed through where the trim had been pierced. My stomach pulled inward hard. Someone had been in our apartment. Not tonight necessarily. Not during the last hour. But recently. Close enough to move our furniture and run a cable and leave without knocking anything visibly out of place. Mara looked at me. I knew that look too. It wasn't anger exactly, though anger was in it. It was the look she gave pet owners who waited 3 days to bring in a dog that had stopped eating because they kept hoping the problem would become smaller by itself. We call the cops from outside, she said. Agreed, Owen said immediately. I nodded too fast. Yes, yeah, we go downstairs. Owen's unit maybe has signal by the front door, or we get outside. And we don't touch that camera, Mara said. No, I said. I was still staring at the cable. That was my mistake. Mara saw it. Daniel, I just want to know where it goes. It goes through a hole someone drilled into our wall. I understand that. No, you don't, because your face is doing that thing again. Owen stood. I vote we leave the forensic curiosity for people with badges. Forensic. The word helped. It made the room official, almost manageable. Then my laptop chimed from the bedroom again. Not the soft notification sound from before. A video call ring. Bright, cheerful, completely wrong for the hour. Mara covered her mouth with one hand. Owen whispered, "Is that yours?" "It's my work laptop. Who would be calling you?" "No one," the ringtone kept going. A crisp little pattern. Up, down, up, pause, up, down, up, pause. I walked toward the bedroom. Mara grabbed my arm. No, we need to shut it. You said Wi-Fi was off. It was. Then why is it ringing? That was the whole problem, wasn't it? I should have turned around. I should have kept moving toward the front door with Mara and Owen, left the laptop ringing to itself in the bedroom like a trapped insect. But the sound poked straight into the part of me that hated unsolved things. It was my work machine, company property. It had client records on it, remote access tools, stored VPN profiles. If somebody had it, if somebody was using it, if this was a breach, I went in. Mara swore behind me. The laptop sat open on the desk, even though I remembered leaving it closed. Its screen washed the bedroom blue. The video call window showed no name, just unknown participant. The camera indicator light was on. I slapped a thumb over the lens before I even thought about it. Dan, stop touching stuff, Owen said from the doorway. I'm not answering. But my hand moved to the trackpad. The call stopped by itself. A chat box appeared, white background, black text. You should leave before the basement fills. None of us moved. The letters were ordinary, system font. No dripping horror movie nonsense. That made it harder to dismiss. It looked like something from a coworker, a support ticket, a calendar reminder. Mara read it aloud, her voice low. Before the basement fills. Owen said, fills with what? As if the building answered him, the radiator pipes knocked once, loud and metallic. Then came another sound. A soft, steady rushing from somewhere below. Water. At first it was barely there, tucked behind the walls. Then I heard it through the floorboards too, a constant hiss and splash, not like rain in gutters, but water under pressure hitting concrete. Owen's expression changed. Oh, hell, he said. What? Mara asked. The basement. He ran to the front door. We followed. In the hallway, the air was colder. The overhead bulb buzzed in its frosted glass cup, lighting the stairwell in tired yellow pulses. The building had 3 floors and 6 units, with a front stairway that ran down to the foyer, and a locked basement door off the first floor landing. The basement held the electrical panels, water heaters, old paint cans, everybody's stored junk, and the laundry machines that ate quarters and occasionally shredded bras. It also held the main water shutoff. Owen moved down the stairs fast, flashlight beam jerking over banister posts and chipped paint. Mara followed him. I locked our apartment door behind us because some stupid part of me still believed locks mattered. On the second floor landing, Owen stopped at his own door and pounded. Lena, you up? No answer. He dug keys from his hoodie pocket and hesitated. Lena Ortiz, 29, female, from Lawrence, Massachusetts, lived alone in the other second floor unit across from Owen. She worked nights as a respiratory therapist at Mass General, and we mostly knew her through hallway conversations and the smell of cumin and toasted bread that sometimes drifted from her apartment. She was quiet, friendly, and had once helped Mara carry a 20-pound bag of cat litter upstairs without being asked. She might be at work, Mara said. She has a dog, Owen said. As if on cue, behind Lena's door, a dog began barking. Not excited barking, not someone at the mailbox barking. Panicked, high, scraping barks that broke into whines. Mara's whole posture changed. Emergency vet mode clicked on so clearly I could almost hear it. "What's the dog's name?" "Pepper," Owen said. "Small brown mutt, very dramatic." "Lena," Mara called, knocking hard. "It's Mara from upstairs. Are you home?" The dog barked and threw itself against the inside of the door, claws skittering. No human voice answered. Another hiss from below rose through the stairwell. Owen looked down, then back at Lena's door. "We have to check the basement." Mara looked at the door. "If that apartment is filling with gas or there's water coming up, it's second floor," I said. "Water won't reach it first. Dogs don't panic like that for no reason." "They absolutely do," Owen said, but without conviction. From below came a heavy thud, then another, metal against metal. The basement door. Someone was down there. Owen whispered, "No." We stood on the landing, trapped between Pepper barking behind one door and the sound of water and metal below. My phone showed no service. Mara's had none now. Owen's was useless. A concrete problem, time-sensitive. No abstraction anymore. If the basement was flooding, the electrical panels could be in danger. If the water heaters or boilers were involved, there could be scalding water, gas, carbon monoxide. If someone had sabotaged something down there, every minute mattered. And if somebody was physically in the building, using our devices to hurt us, I didn't finish the thought. The first floor tenant opened her door a crack. Mrs. Helen Kravitz, 72, female, from Burlington, Vermont, lived in Unit 1A and had been in the building since the late 90s. She was small, sharp-eyed, and usually smelled faintly of menthol cough drops. She wore a pink bathrobe and held a wooden cane like she was prepared to take testimony from all of us. "What is going on?" she demanded. Owen hurried down 3 steps. "Helen, there's water in the basement. We're trying to shut it off. Do you have phone service?" "No, my television cut out and my cell says no signal. I thought it was the weather." "It's not just weather," Mara said. Mrs. Kravitz narrowed her eyes. "What does that mean?" "It means stay in your apartment and put shoes on," Owen said. "Real shoes, not slippers. If we need to leave fast, I'll knock." That was why Owen was good in emergencies. He sounded useful. Mrs. Kravitz looked past him toward the lower stairs. I heard banging. "So did we," I said. Her eyes moved to me. "Mr. Miller, are you carrying a weapon?" I looked down at my empty hands. "No." "Well, that seems foolish." Then she shut her door. Pepper kept barking above us. Mara said, "We need Lena's key." "Owen?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't have hers. Only you guys, landlord." Not answering at 1:30 in the morning. "Fire department," Mara said. "We get outside and call from the street." "We need to shut off the water first," Owen said. "If it hits the panels, we are not firefighters. We can turn one valve." "Can we?" she snapped. "Do you know which one?" Owen opened his mouth, closed it. The small disagreement burned hotter because both of them were right. I hated it. I hated that the choice had become ours because our phones had failed, because our building's old systems were hidden in a basement none of us had a current map for, because someone had apparently known exactly how to make the ordinary emergency channels feel far away. And under all that ugly and personal was the knowledge that I had already delayed once. I had checked the laptop instead of leaving. I had wanted one more answer. Maybe that was why I said, "I know where the shutoff is." Mara turned to me. "You do?" "I helped the plumber once when the kitchen sink backed up. Main valve S on the back wall near the meters." Owen nodded. "Okay, we go down, turn it, come back up, get everyone out, call from outside." Mara's jaw worked. "And if someone's down there," Owen lifted his flashlight, "then we don't play hero." "You literally just described playing hero." "We're describing shutting off water. And maybe walking into whoever drilled a hole in our wall." That stopped him. Always seemed to tilt around the sentence. Mrs. Kravitz's door opened again, just enough for her face. "Who drilled a hole?" "Inside," Owen told her. "Please." "I am wearing shoes now," she said, offended, and shut the door again. From upstairs, Pepper's barking broke into a long, distressed howl. Mara closed her eyes for half a second. That sound hurt her. I could see it. Animals in distress bypassed all her caution and went straight to the part of her that moved toward pain because somebody had to. "Pepper first," she said. Owen said, "Basement first." Mara looked at me. There it was, the choice again. Not dramatic, no lightning, just an old stairwell, a barking dog, water below, and my girlfriend asking me without words whether I was going to hide inside problem solving or make the call. I said, "We split for 2 minutes." "No," Mara and Owen said together. "I go down with Owen. You stay at Lena's door and keep calling her. If smoke, gas smell, anything weird, you get Helen out and go outside." Mara stared at me. "You want me to stand alone in a hallway with no phone service while you go to the basement? It's one flight, with someone possibly inside the building. Then come with us. And leave Pepper." Owen rubbed both hands over his face. "We are losing time." He was right. The rushing water below had grown louder. Not imagined louder, actually louder. It now had weight to it, a deep splashing slap that echoed up the stairwell. Somewhere under the floor, a pump clicked on and off, struggling. Then the lights flickered. Once, twice. The hallway went dark for a full second. Mara grabbed my sleeve. The lights came back weaker, the bulb buzzing angrily now. "Basement," Owen said. "Now." Mara took the flashlight from him. "No, I take that if I'm staying up here." Owen blinked. "I need light." "You have your phone flashlight." "No service doesn't mean no flashlight. You have one sock and no plan." He looked down at his foot, then back up. "Fair." He handed her the flashlight. It was such a small, human exchange that it almost steadied me. Almost. I pulled out my phone and turned on its light. Owen did the same. The beams were narrower than the flashlights, colder, less reliable. Battery icons glowed red on both screens. Mine was at 9%. Of course it was. Mara touched my wrist. The marks from her nails were still there. "Do not go chasing answers," she said quietly. "Turn the valve, leave." "I know. No, you like to know. That's different." I couldn't argue. So I just said, "Turn the valve, leave." She nodded once. Owen and I went down. The stairs to the first floor creaked under us, old wood complaining. Behind us, Mara knocked again on Lena's door and called her name, calm but loud. Pepper answered with frantic barks. Mrs. Kravitz's chain rattled as she opened her door again despite instructions. At the basement door, the sound of water became unmistakable. It was coming from the other side. The basement door was painted brown. The paint bubbled near the bottom from old damp. A brass padlock usually hung from a latch, mostly for show. Tonight, the latch was open. The padlock lay on the floor, cut clean through. Owen crouched and picked it up by the curved shank. Bolt cutters. "Don't touch it," I said. He froze. Then he set it down very carefully, as if it might bite. A strip of paper was taped to the door at chest height. It hadn't been there before. I knew because I had done laundry 2 nights earlier. Owen held his phone light close. On the paper, printed in plain black letters, were 3 words. Not this way. My mouth went dry. Owen whispered, "That feels like a strong argument for not this way." Behind us, from upstairs, Mara shouted, "Dan." "What?" I called. "There's water under Lena's door." For a second, I didn't understand. Then I did. Not from the basement, from inside her apartment. Pepper's barking became desperate, claws scratching at wood, and the smell reached us all at once. Wet plaster, dirty water, and something electrical, hot and metallic, like dust burning inside an outlet. Mara shouted again, voice cracking through her control. "Dan, her dog is trapped." Owen looked at me. His face was pale in the phone light. The basement rushed and hammered behind the warning on the door. Above us, water seeped from under Lena's locked door into the hallway, carrying little threads of gray dust across the carpet runner. We had come down to stop the building from flooding. Now, the flood was already inside someone's apartment, and the only key we had was to our own. Mara hit Lena's door with the heel of her hand. "Lena, Lena, if you can hear me, move away from the door." Pepper barked from the other side, frantic enough that each sound tore at the throat. There was a slapping noise too, paws hitting wet flooring, then the scrape of claws climbing and sliding back down. I stood halfway between the first floor landing and the second floor stairs, one hand on the banister, phone light shaking in the other. Behind me, the basement door still wore that printed warning. Not this way. Below it, water shoved and hissed in the dark, like something enormous breathing through its teeth. Above us, under Lena's door, a thin sheet of water spread across the hallway carpet and crept toward the top stair. The runner was old and brown and ugly, but it soaked fast, darkening in a widening stain that reflected Mara's flashlight in broken strips. "Dan," Mara shouted. I ran up. Owen followed close behind, slipping once because of the sock and catching himself hard against the wall. "Door first," Mara said. "We get Pepper out. We check if Lena's inside. Then basement." "Agreed," Owen said, which told me he was scared enough to stop arguing. I looked at the lock. Standard deadbolt above a knob lock. Old door, hollow core maybe, but the frame had been repainted so many times that it looked fused to the wall. "We can kick it," I said. Mara looked at me. "Can you?" It was a fair question. I had watched enough movies to think I understood the principle, but Lena's door was not a movie door, and I was barefoot. I had come into the hallway barefoot because, in my genius, I had thought we were going down one flight to turn one valve and come back. Owen said, "I've got tools." "In your apartment?" Mara asked. "Yeah, go." He ran to his door across the landing, unlocked it, and disappeared inside. His apartment smelled briefly of coffee grounds and sheet music paper, some warm, ordinary life we no longer had access to. He came back carrying a small toolbox, a hammer, and one sneaker, which he shoved onto his bare foot without tying. Mara was crouched at the bottom of Lena's door, talking to Pepper through the gap. "Hey, buddy, hey, Pepper, back up, okay? Back up from the door." Pepper only barked harder. Water slid over Mara's knuckles and dripped from her sleeve. She didn't seem to notice. I grabbed the hammer from Owen and swung at the knob. The sound slammed down the hallway. Mrs. Kravitz's door opened below. "What are you doing?" "Getting into Lena S," Owen called. "Is she in there?" "We don't know." "Then hurry." I hit the knob again. Pain jarred up my wrist to my elbow. The third swing dented the brass. The fourth knocked the knob crooked but not off. Mara said, "Move." I moved. She took the hammer and hit the plate beside the latch instead of the knob, not hard at first, but precisely, like she was driving a stake into frozen ground. Once, twice. Then Owen wedged a flathead screwdriver into the gap and leaned his weight into it. The door flexed. Pepper screamed. Not barked, screamed. Mara dropped the hammer. "Stop, he's right behind it." We froze. That was our first failed attempt. We could break the door, maybe, but not without risking crushing or cutting the dog pressed against the other side. The knowledge tightened everything. The water kept coming. We had made noise, lost time, damaged the lock, and still hadn't opened anything. Owen wiped sweat from his upper lip with his sleeve. "Window. Second floor," I said. "Fire escape." "Back porches," Mara said. "Lena's kitchen has the rear porch, right?" Owen nodded. "All units have back doors to the porch stairs. Then we go around." The geography of the building snapped into my mind like an old floor plan. Front stairwell where we stood, running from the street-level foyer to the third floor. Each landing had 2 apartments, one front, one back. Lena S was the rear second-floor unit, facing the alley. Her back door opened onto a wooden porch stacked above Mrs. Kravitz's porch and below ours. The exterior stairs zigzagged down into the alley, fenced off from the street by a gate that stuck in wet weather. Mara grabbed my arm. "Shoes. Now." That time I didn't argue. We ran upstairs to our apartment. The moment I opened our door, Nora shot from under the coffee table and disappeared into the bedroom. Our living room looked exactly as we had left it, and completely violated at the same time. The TV stand sat pulled away from the wall. The camera lay in the open junk drawer, its cable vanishing through that clean drilled hole. My oatmeal still sat on the table, thick and cooling, spoon tilted like a flag. I stepped into sneakers without socks and grabbed my keys. Mara shoved her feet into boots and took her work jacket from the hook by the door. Her hands were trembling now, just enough to make the zipper catch. The laptop in the bedroom chimed. Neither of us moved. Then it chimed again. Mara whispered, "No," I wanted to obey. I did, but the chime came again, and with it a flat, synthetic voice from the laptop speakers, too loud in the small apartment. "Daniel's ThinkPad has joined your network." It sounded like an accessibility feature reading a notification. Calm, cheerful, wrong. Mara's face hardened. "Leave it." We left it. That was a small victory over my own worst instinct, and it did not feel good. It felt like abandoning a lit fuse. Back in the hallway, Owen had tied his sneaker with one hand and was trying Lena's door again with less pressure. using a credit card from his wallet. "Does that ever work?" I asked. "On television and bathroom locks," he said. "Apparently not on actual doors." Mara said, "Backstairs." We climbed to our third-floor rear door, the one in our kitchen that opened to the porch. The kitchen smelled like cinnamon oatmeal and cold rain. Through the glass pane, I could see the porch boards shining wet under the dim security light mounted above Mrs. Kravitz's level. I unlocked the deadbolt. The door didn't move. I turned the knob harder. "It's stuck," I said. Mara shouldered beside me and yanked. "Nothing." Owen looked through the glass. "There's something against it." "What?" He cupped his hands to the pane. "Chair? No, board." I leaned in. A 2x4 had been screwed across the outside of the doorframe, spanning the gap so the door couldn't open inward. New pale wood, fresh screws, clean, silver heads catching the light. Someone had barred our back exit from outside. The apartment seemed to shrink behind me. Mara's voice went thin. "Try Lena's porch from Owen's." We ran back down to Owen's unit. His apartment was a mirror of ours, but warmer, cluttered with instrument cases and stacks of student papers. A trombone case lay open on the couch. A mug on the coffee table had gone cold beside a pile of red pens. His rear kitchen door was barred too. Same pale board, same fresh screws. Owen stared at it. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "that was not there when I took trash out at 9. Second failed attempt. We couldn't reach Lena from the back. We now knew the back exits had been physically blocked within the last few hours, which meant whoever had done it had access to the rear porches, tools, and enough time to work in the rain. The trap had edges now. Front stairwell, locked apartments, flooding basement, barred rear doors, no phones. Mara pressed both hands against Owen's kitchen counter and lowered her head. For a second, I thought she might be sick. "You okay?" I asked. "No," she said, "but keep moving." Owen opened a drawer and pulled out a heavier screwdriver. "We can remove the board." "From inside?" I asked. "Screws are outside." "Can you break the glass?" Mara said, and reached through, the board S across the frame, not the knob. "If we break the pane, maybe we can pry." A sharp bang came from the front of the building. All three of us turned. Another bang. Then a voice from the stairwell. "Hey, hello," Mrs. Kravitz shouted. "Who is that?" For one wild second, relief hit me so hard I nearly laughed. Someone else. Help. We ran to the front landing. A man stood at the bottom of the first floor stairs, just inside the foyer, wearing a dark rain jacket and a knit cap. He held up one hand against the light from Owen's phone. "Maintenance," he called. "I got a water alarm." Owen looked at me. I looked at Mara. None of us recognized him. Mrs. Kravitz had opened her door again, chain still on. "You're not Freddie." The man looked toward her. "Freddie sent me." Freddie was our landlord's son, the one who handled repairs with the enthusiasm of someone being forced to move furniture in a dream. "What's your name?" Owen called. "Chris." "Chris what?" The man hesitated. It was small, barely a beat. Mara heard it too. "Show ID," she said. He sighed, annoyed now. "Lady, I'm standing in a flooding building." "You want my birth certificate," Mrs. Kravitz said. "I want Freddie." "Freddie's in Everett," the man said. That might have been true. Freddie did live in Everett. Or he had mentioned Everett once while fixing our sink and complaining about traffic. That made the lie harder to parse. It had just enough correct detail to hook onto. The man took one step up. Owen said, "Stop there." The man stopped. Water splashed behind the basement door below him. His face was partly shadowed under the cap. White male, maybe late 30s or early 40s, average build, rainwater shining on his shoulders. He carried a tool bag in his left hand. My phone vibrated. A text came through despite no service. No sender name, just a string of numbers. "Don't let him up." I stared at it. Mara saw my face. "What?" I showed her. Owen whispered, "Could be whoever is doing this." "Could be a warning," I said, "from whoever is doing this." The man in the foyer looked up at us, impatient. "You people want to drown or debate." Then Pepper howled again from Lena's apartment. Mara flinched. The man's head turned toward the sound. "What's that?" he asked. "Dog," Owen said. "Where?" No one answered. The man's eyes moved across the landing, counting doors. That was the misdirection. In that moment, every part of him looked wrong. The hesitation over his name, the tool bag, the conveniently timed arrival, the fact that our phones suddenly delivered one message warning us not to trust him. I was sure, absolutely sure, he was the person who had cut the padlock and drilled into our wall and barred the porch doors. Then Mrs. Kravitz opened her door wider, chain still in place, and snapped, "Take off your hat." The man blinked. "What? Take off your hat?" He did, irritated. Mrs. Kravitz squinted. "Oh," she said, "you fixed my bathroom fan." The man lowered his chin. "Yes, last winter. Your name is not Chris. It's Curtis." "You said Chris." "I said Curtis." "You heard Chris." "I did not." Owen looked at Mrs. Kravitz. "You know him. He's with the plumbing company. Or was." Curtis dug a wet business card from his jacket and held it up. "Doyle and Sons Emergency Plumbing. The landlord has a basement flood sensor. It pinged us. Can I please look at the water before the electrical goes?" The terror did not vanish. It changed shape. Curtis might not be the threat. He might be exactly what he claimed. Be emergency plumber, sent into a nightmare without knowing it. That was almost worse, because now we had pulled another ordinary person into whatever this was. Mara said, "Our back doors are barred." Curtis stared at her. "What?" Someone screwed boards across them from outside. His face went still. That was the first useful thing he did. He believed her before he understood. "Then everyone needs out the front," he said. "No phone service," Owen said. Curtis pulled out his own phone. Looked. "Same, can you shut off the water?" I asked. "If I can reach the main." "The basement door has a note," Owen said. "What note?" I pointed. Curtis went to the basement door and read "Not this way." His mouth tightened. "That yours?" Owen asked. Curtis gave him a look. "Does that seem like my paperwork?" He reached for the door. "No," Mara said. Curtis paused. "There's water in Lena's apartment," she said. "Second floor rear. Dog trapped. Maybe Lena too." Curtis looked up the stairs, then down at the basement door. You could see him triaging. Water source below. Possible person above. Electrical risk everywhere. "Main shut off first," he said. 30 seconds if I can get to it." Mara shook her head. "Dog first. Lady, if water hits the panels, nobody goes anywhere." The hallway lights flickered again, longer this time. From somewhere inside the wall came a pop. Small, sharp, like a cap gun. Bulb over the stairs brightened white, then dimmed to yellow. Mrs. Kravitz said, "That sounded electrical." Curtis nodded. "That was electrical." Pepper's barking went suddenly hoarse. Mara went up one step toward Lena's door. I caught her sleeve. She rounded on me with an expression I had never seen from her before. Not fear, fury. "Do not. I'm not stopping you. I'm saying we need a way in that doesn't crush him." Curtis said, "Do you have a fire extinguisher?" "In our kitchen," I said. "Get it? What for?" "Door hinge pins, maybe. Or break the bottom panel and pull the dog back before forcing the latch." Mara was already moving. "I'll get it." "No," I said, "I will." She looked ready to argue, but Owen said, "I'll go with him." We ran upstairs. My legs felt hollow by then, rubbery from adrenaline and stairs. The wet carpet sucked at my shoes. My phone battery was at 6%. Behind me, Owen breathed hard through his nose. Inside our apartment, the laptop was no longer chiming. It was playing audio. At first, I thought it was static. Then I recognized Mara's voice. "Not Liv," recorded. "Daniel, leave it. Do not go chasing answers." Her words from minutes earlier played back with a tinny delay. Owen stopped in the doorway. "No," he said. "Nope. Extinguisher and out." The fire extinguisher was under the sink. I grabbed it and hit my shoulder on the cabinet hard enough to make my vision spark. Pain spread hot and immediate through my collarbone. The laptop played another clip. My voice this time. "Turn the valve. Leave." Then another. "Owen, I vote we leave the forensic curiosity for people with badges." The home cam was not just watching. It had been recording audio from our living room for longer than we knew, maybe since we first opened the app, maybe before. Owen grabbed my arm. "Dan." On the laptop screen, a new message appeared. "Basement first, or she drowns upstairs. Choose wrong and I post everything." Beneath it, a file transfer window opened. Names scrolled by too fast to read, but I saw enough. Work folders, screenshots, saved passwords maybe, client export names. My stomach dropped so sharply I had to put a hand on the counter. This was the hook in me, the personal one. Whoever had my laptop wasn't only threatening the building. They were threatening the part of my life where I was supposed to be competent, trusted, clean. A data breach from my machine could cost me my job. Worse, it could expose patients, clinics, billing information. People who had nothing to do with our apartment or our flooded basement. And because of that, for half a second, I almost stayed. Owen saw it. He slapped the laptop shut. "Hard. Extinguisher," he said. "People first." The snap of the lid sounded like a judge's gavel. We went back down. On the second floor landing, Curtis had removed his wet jacket and was kneeling at Lena's door with Mara, working fast. He had a pry bar from his tool bag now. Mrs. Kravitz stood on the first floor landing below, fully dressed in sneakers and her pink robe, holding her cane and a canvas tote bag like she had prepared for evacuation, and a farmer's market at the same time. Mara looked up. "Extinguisher." I handed it over. Curtis used the metal base to strike the lower part of Lena's door beside the hinge. Not wild, controlled. Wood splintered. Pepper backed away for one blessed second, then barked again from farther inside. "Good," Mara said. He moved. Owen wedged the pry bar. Curtis leaned. I put my shoulder into the door despite the pain. The frame cracked. Water surged out around the gap, colder than I expected, soaking over my shoes. The door opened 6 inches. Pepper's snout jammed through immediately, wet and frantic. Mara grabbed his collar. "I've got him." A small brown dog shot through the gap into her arms, shaking so hard water sprayed from his fur. Mara held him against her chest. He clawed her neck, and she didn't let go. "Lena," she shouted into the apartment. No answer. Curtis pushed the door wider. The smell came out heavier, soaked drywall, dog urine, hot wiring, and the sour odor of backed-up drain water. The apartment beyond was dark, except for the spill of our phone lights. Water covered the floor, maybe 2 inches deep, rippling from the kitchen at the back. A lamp lay on its side near the couch, unplugged or dead. Shoes floated by the entry mat. "Lena," Mara called again. Owen stepped in. Curtis grabbed him by the hoodie and yanked him back. "No." "What?" Curtis pointed with the pry bar. An orange extension cord trailed from the living room into the water. It disappeared toward the kitchen. My mouth went dry. "Breaker," Curtis said. "We need power off before anyone goes in." "The panels are in the basement," Owen said. Everyone looked toward the stairs. Basement. The place with rushing water, cut lock, and the warning not to enter. Then all the lights went out. Not flickered. Out. The hallway vanished. Mrs. Kravitz gasped below us. Pepper yelped in Mara's arms. Someone's phone clattered to the floor and spun light crazily across the ceiling, walls, faces, water. Emergency darkness is not like bedtime darkness. It has texture. It presses in with smells and wet sounds, and the sudden awareness that every edge can hurt you. My phone light stayed on, weak but alive. Then, from the basement, came the fire alarm. Not our apartment's smoke detector chirping. The building alarm. A hard, mechanical scream from downstairs. One blast, then another, then continuous. Mrs. Kravitz shouted something I couldn't hear over it. Curtis swore. Out. Everyone out front. Now he ran down toward the foyer. Mara held Pepper and followed, slipping on the wet carpet. Owen grabbed Mrs. Kravitz's arm and helped her down the last steps. I took one step after them. Then the front door slammed. The sound cracked through the alarm. Curtis reached it first and shoved the bar. It didn't open. He shoved again. "What the hell?" Owen pushed beside him. The foyer was a narrow rectangle at the bottom of the stairs. Mailboxes on the left, glass front door ahead, basement, door to the right. Rain streaked the outside glass. Beyond it, the street was empty and shining under orange lamps. Curtis looked through the door. A chain had been wrapped around the exterior handles. A heavy chain, padlocked from outside. He hit the glass with his shoulder. It rattled but held. Old wired safety glass, reinforced with a grid that turned everything beyond it into squares. Mrs. Kravitz began to cough from the alarm and damp air. Mara clutched Pepper. "Back exit. Barred," Owen said. "My kitchen window," Mrs. Kravitz said. "It opens to the side path." We all turned toward her apartment. A new sound cut through the alarm, a phone ringing. Not ours, a landline, inside Mrs. Kravitz's unit. She stared at her door as if it had spoken in a dead language. "I thought you didn't have one," I said. I do, she said, for emergencies. It rang again. Curtis said, answer it from the doorway. Then we break a window. Mrs. Kravitz unlocked her apartment with shaking hands. The smell of menthol and old furniture rolled out. Her phone sat on a small table beside a framed photograph of a younger woman in a graduation cap. She picked it up. Hello, her face emptied. The alarm screamed around us. She held the receiver away from her ear. A voice came through faintly, distorted but clear enough. My own voice, recorded. Turn the valve, leave. Then Mara's. Do not go chasing answers. Then a click. Then a live voice, low and close to the microphone. Basement door, now, or the second floor burns first. The line went dead. In the same instant, smoke began to curl from under Lena's open door upstairs, thin and gray, carrying the bitter plastic stink of melting insulation. That was the point of no return. The front door was chained from outside. The rear exits were barred. Lena's apartment had water and a live electrical hazard. The second floor was beginning to smoke. Mrs. Kravitz was coughing. Pepper was bleeding from one paw where he'd cut himself scrambling through the flooded unit. And the only place left with a chance of shutting anything down was the basement door marked not this way. Curtis took the basement doorknob in one hand and looked back at us. The alarm made everything stutter. Faces, breath, decisions. The whole building seemed to pulse red and black, even though there were no flashing lights. Just phone beams and Mrs. Kravitz's weak hallway emergency lamp buzzing from its battery pack near the mailboxes. No one steps in water if they see wires, Curtis said. No one touches pipes unless I say, you smell gas, you turn around. You hear me say out, you get out. Mara shifted Pepper higher against her chest. The dog was trembling so hard his teeth clicked. Blood from his paw had smeared across the sleeve of her jacket. I'm not leaving him in smoke, she said. Then stay behind me, Curtis said. Owen pressed his shoulder to the chained front door and stared through the wired glass at the wet street outside. We're locked in. There is no behind you. Mrs. Kravitz coughed into a dish towel she had grabbed from her apartment. She was pale now, smaller without the sharpness in her voice, but she still had her cane in one hand and her tote bag looped over the other elbow. I have a window, she said. Curtis shook his head. You said side path. Side path goes to the alley gate, right? Yes. Is it chained too? No one answered. From the second floor, smoke thickened. Not a lot, not movie smoke. Worse, because it was still thin enough to argue with. A gray smear under the ceiling, carrying that sour plastic bite that got into the back of the throat. The basement door rattled, not from Curtis, from the other side. Once, twice. The alarm kept screaming. Owen lifted his phone light. His hand shook. Someone's down there. Curtis tightened his grip on the doorknob. The rattling stopped. Then came the sound of water slapping concrete. I thought of the note. Not this way, I thought of the voice on the landline, using my own voice like bait. Turn the valve, leave. And I understood something too late. He wants us down there, I said. Mara looked at me. What? The Wi-Fi name, the camera, the calls, the notes. He's been moving us around. Basement, apartment, basement again. He's forcing choices. Curtis said, doesn't matter if he wants us there, if the shutoff is there. Then we don't go the way he marked. Owen turned. What other way is there? I looked at Mrs. Kravitz. Your kitchen, I said. Your side window. She blinked. You want to climb out? No, I want to see the alley. Curtis hesitated, then nodded once. Fast. We moved into Mrs. Kravitz's apartment in a tight line, like people entering someone else's life without permission. Her place smelled of menthol, furniture polish, and old paper. The living room was neat enough to feel ceremonial. Lace cloth over the coffee table, framed watercolors, a glass cabinet full of porcelain birds. The alarm came through the walls duller here, but still relentless. Her kitchen faced the narrow side path between our building and the brick wall of the next one. Window was over the sink, old wood frame swollen by rain. Owen shoved it up. It stuck halfway. Of course, he said. He pushed harder. The frame gave with a squeal, and cold, wet air rushed in. He leaned out, phone light sweeping. Gate S chained, he said. Rear stairs, Mara asked. He angled the light farther. I can see the porch stairs, boards across the doors, trash cans knocked over. Wait. What? I said. There's someone. The kitchen went quiet except for the alarm and Pepper's ragged panting. Owen ducked back in, face drained. Where? Curtis asked. Alley, by the basement window. Our basement had 2 small windows at ground level, half below grade, covered by rusted metal grates. One faced the alley near the garbage bins. I'd seen it every time I took out recycling, and never once cared what was behind it. Curtis moved to the window and looked. A beam of light cut across his face. He jerked back. Someone outside had a flashlight too. Then a voice from the alley shouted, muffled by rain and brick. Curtis. That you? Curtis froze. You know him? Mara asked. He leaned back toward the window. Ray, the voice shouted again. Front's chained. I called 911 from the truck, but my damn phone dropped. You inside? Curtis exhaled hard. My apprentice. He was parking around back. For half a second Hope opened. Then Ray screamed. It was short, shocked, followed by a heavy clatter. Curtis lunged for the window. Ray. A shape moved in the alley. Not Ray. Bigger, closer to the basement grate. Hood up, dark coat, face hidden by angle and rain. The figure bent. A metallic scraping came from outside. Curtis shoved his tool bag at Owen. Pry bar. Owen fumbled, pulled it out. Mara said, No, do not climb out there. Curtis took the pry bar and slammed it into the wooden window frame, widening the opening. I'm not leaving him. He had told us not to play hero 5 minutes earlier. His voice had lost all patience with survival. The figure outside looked up. For one clear second, my phone light and his flashlight crossed. I saw a man's face under the hood. White, maybe 40s, wet stubble. A strip of medical tape across the bridge of his nose. Eyes flat and focused. Not wild, not high, working. He raised something in his right hand. Not a gun, bolt cutters. Then he brought them down hard on the basement window grate. The grate shifted. He's opening another way in, I said. Curtis shouted, Hey, the man ran. Not away, toward the rear stairs. Mara grabbed my arm. If he gets up to the porches. Our apartment, I said. Nora. The thought hit with stupid force. Our cat in the bedroom. The camera in the drawer. My laptop. All those objects had mattered because someone had made them matter. But Nora was just Nora, hiding under our bed, trusting the closed door of a home that had already been entered. Curtis was halfway through the kitchen window when Owen seized his belt and hauled him back. "Ray first means we all die," Owen shouted. Curtis swung around, fury in his face. Owen flinched, but did not let go. The two men stared at each other over Mrs. Kravitz's sink, both breathing hard. Then from outside came Ray's voice again, weak but audible. "Curtis, I'm okay. He hit me. I'm okay." Curtis closed his eyes for half a second. That tiny mercy cost us. Upstairs, glass broke. Not in Mrs. Kravitz's apartment. Above, rear side, our kitchen door window. Mara whispered, "He's inside." Everything narrowed. The central threat wasn't a ghost in the Wi-Fi. It was a man with tools, access, planning, and enough technical knowledge to turn our own devices into leashes. He had used the network to scare us, the flood to move us, the dog to split us, the fire hazard to push us toward the basement. And now, while we crowded around the one window that might have been an exit, he had gone back where he had started, our home. Curtis grabbed the pry bar again. "Basement, now. Why basement?" I asked. "Because electrical panels, because main shutoff, because if he's upstairs, we cut power from below. Will that kill the Wi-Fi? Maybe not. But it kills whatever he plugged into the building." Mara said, "And the water." Same room. We left Mrs. Kravitz by her kitchen window, crouched low, towel pressed to her mouth. Owen told her, "If Ray gets to the window, give him the tote strap. Pull him close. Don't climb out unless smoke fills this room." "I am old, not stupid," she snapped, then coughed until her shoulders shook. We entered the foyer again. The basement door waited. The note was damp at the edges now. "Not this way." Curtis tore it off and dropped it. Then he opened the door. Water rolled over the threshold in a shallow rush, dirty and cold. The smell rose immediately. Mildew, wet concrete, hot dust, oil, something chemical from old paint cans. Curtis shone his phone light down the steps. "Water S on the floor, but not up to the panels yet. Mains left wall, back wall," I said, "near meters." "How many steps?" 8 landing, then 4 more. "Stay on the wooden stairs until I check depth." We descended. Curtis first, me behind him. Owen behind me with the tool bag. Mara behind Owen, Pepper tucked under one arm now, flashlight in her other hand. Mrs. Kravitz stayed above, coughing near her doorway. The basement was lower and wider than I remembered. Phone lights only made pieces of it, concrete floor shining under 2 or 3 inches of water, washers on the left, dryers on the right, storage cages at the back, exposed pipes overhead, wrapped in cracked insulation. The flood came from somewhere behind the laundry machines, a pressurized spray hitting the wall and fanning outward. A sump pump kicked on, made a grinding noise, then died. "Great," Curtis muttered. The electrical panels were on the right wall near the bottom of the stairs, above water level, for now. Curtis stepped off the last stair onto a concrete block that sat like an island. He swept his light over the water. "Don't step yet." A cable floated near the washing machines. Orange, the same color as the cord in Lena's apartment. It disappeared behind the washers. Mara saw it. "That's not normal, right?" "No," Curtis said, Above us, on the first floor, something slammed. A door, then footsteps overhead. Fast, my apartment, the third floor, the rear stairs. I couldn't map it anymore. The building had become a body, and the threat was moving through its bones. Curtis pointed to the main electrical panel. "Daniel, do you know which breaker feeds second floor?" "No." "Then we shut the whole thing." He reached for the main disconnect. A phone rang in my pocket. I almost dropped it. No service. 6% battery. Yet it rang. "Unknown number," Mara said, "don't." It kept ringing. I answered because I was afraid it would keep ringing forever. The voice came through close and calm. "Daniel, male, not distorted now." I turned on speaker. Curtis froze, hand inches from the breaker. The voice said, "If he cuts power, Lena dies." Mara's face changed. "Where is she?" A faint sound came through the phone. Not breathing this time. Crying, muffled, a woman's voice. "Please," then a sharp scrape. The sound cut off. Mara whispered, "Lena." The man said, "Top floor storage. Old pantry behind your kitchen." She's taped. Power goes out, pump stops. Water rises, door sealed. I knew the old pantry. A narrow closet off our kitchen, built into a slanted corner under the rear roofline, where we kept a mop, paper towels, and the good vacuum we rarely used. Except we didn't have a top floor storage beyond that. Unless he meant the crawl space behind the pantry wall. The weird dead space old buildings have. The place you don't think about because someone painted over the access panel 50 years ago. Mara stared at me. "Is that real?" "I don't know," the voice said. "You like knowing. Go check." There it was, the hook again. Curtis whispered, "He's lying." "Am I?" the man said through my phone. From above, a thud came down through the building. Then another. Directly overhead. Our kitchen. Mara said, "He has her upstairs." "Or he has a speaker upstairs," Owen said, voice cracking. "Or he recorded her. Or he wants us split again." The man laughed once. Not loud, not theatrical, almost tired. "Basement first," she burns. "Upstairs first, panels arc. Front door stays locked either way." Curtis closed his hand around the main breaker. The man said, "Do it, and I upload the work files." I looked at the dark water, the floating cord, Curtis's hand, Mara's face, Pepper shaking against her ribs. My flaw had finally become a weapon in someone else's hand. He had studied enough of me through the camera, the laptop, maybe old passwords, maybe scraped accounts, to know exactly what to threaten. My job, my competence, my need to be the one who understood. I took the phone off speaker. The man said, "Smart." I said, "You're in the building." A pause. "Daniel, you're close enough for your hotspot to show full bars after our routers died. Close enough to chain the door. Close enough to drill our wall. You're not doing this from another state." Mara watched me. Curtis watched the breaker. I looked at the orange cable in the water, then at the ceiling. The water pouring from Lena's apartment had not come up from the basement. It came down from somewhere connected to her kitchen. A hose, a line, a washer hookup opened and extended. He had used the building's plumbing like a timer. "You needed us away from the third floor," I said. The man said nothing. "You broke our kitchen door glass." Still nothing. "But you didn't come down the main stairs. We would have seen you, so you're on the back porch." Mara's eyes flicked toward the basement window. Curtis whispered, "Keep him talking." I said, "You're trying to get into our apartment again." Why? The man exhaled through his nose. Because you kept the wrong file. I almost asked what file. I didn't, because that was bait too. Instead I said, Owen. Owen looked at me. I pointed at Curtis's tool bag, then toward the basement window grate the man had attacked from outside. Owen understood slowly, then all at once. Ray was outside. The grate had been loosened. If Owen could get through or reach Ray, he might get tools to the front chain, or at least get someone outside to help. Mara shook her head once, terrified. Owen mouthed, I can. He was not brave in a clean way. He looked like he might throw up. But he took the pry bar and moved along the basement wall, stepping from one raised concrete patch to another, avoiding the water where Curtis pointed. The man on the phone said, Where is Owen going? My throat tightened. He could see us, not from my phone camera. It was against my ear, from somewhere in the basement. I scanned the dark, washer, dryer, storage cage, pipes. Then I saw it. A tiny green light between the joists above the laundry machines. Another camera. I turned my phone light away from it and said, Owen's scared. He's backing up. The green light stayed steady. Curtis lifted his chin toward Mara's flashlight. She understood. Slowly, without moving her body too much, Mara angled the flashlight away from us, up toward the pipes, like her hand had simply gotten tired. The beam hit the camera. Curtis threw the pry bar. It clanged off a pipe, missed the camera, and splashed into water. The green light went dark anyway. Not broken. Disconnected remotely. The man said, That was stupid. Curtis slammed the main breaker down. The basement went black. The alarm stopped. The sudden quiet was brutal. For half a breath, all I could hear was water. Then Mara, Lena, a thump above. Then a muffled scream. Real close, not from the phone, from above us, our apartment. Mara bolted up the stairs. I grabbed for her and missed. Mara, I shouted. Owen yelled from the basement window, Ray's here, chain cutters. Curtis grabbed my shoulder. Go after her. I'll shut water. I don't know. Go, I went. My legs burned up the stairs. The foyer was almost black, except for Mara's flashlight bouncing ahead. Mrs. Kravitz stood at her apartment doorway, eyes wide. Where? She asked. 3rd floor. The 2nd floor landing was worse now. Smoke from Lena's apartment had thickened, drifting under the ceiling. The open door showed black water shining inside. Pepper barked from Mrs. Kravitz's apartment behind us, where Mara must have shoved him into safety before running. Mara was already halfway to the 3rd floor. A shape moved above her. At the top landing, the man stepped out of our apartment. He had my laptop tucked under one arm. In his other hand, he held a utility knife. Not big, not cinematic, box cutter style. Orange handle. Mara stopped 2 steps below him. The two of them faced each other in the narrow stairwell. He looked smaller than he had seemed in my head. Wet jeans, work boots, dark hoodie. The strip of tape on his nose was peeling at one edge. His breathing was hard, human. His eyes flicked from Mara to me and back again. Move, he said. Mara held the flashlight up, blinding him. Where is Lena? He stepped down 1 stair. Move. I reached the landing below. My lungs scraped. My shoulder throbbed where I'd hit the cabinet. You can still walk out. He laughed without humor. The front doors chained, genius. Ray's outside with cutters. That landed. His eyes shifted, just a fraction. Mara moved. She didn't attack him. She threw the flashlight at his face. It hit his cheekbone with a hard plastic crack. He cursed and swung the utility knife. Mara jerked back, but the blade caught her forearm. A short, bright line opened through her jacket sleeve. She gasped. I hit him from below. Not cleanly. I drove my shoulder into his hip because that was what I could reach. Pain tore through the shoulder I'd already hurt. He fell sideways against the railing, laptop crashing to the stairs. The utility knife skittered down 2 steps. He grabbed my hair hard. My scalp flashed white with pain. He slammed my forehead into the stair edge. Once, the world burst into sparks. Mara shouted my name. I tasted blood. The man released me and scrambled for the knife. Owen appeared behind me from the lower stairs, soaked to the knees, holding the cut basement padlock like a fist weight. He swung. The padlock hit the man's wrist with a dull crack. The man screamed. The knife dropped. Mara kicked it through the railing gap. It clattered down to the 2nd floor landing. The man surged up anyway, desperate now. He slammed into Owen, and both of them hit the wall hard enough to crack plaster. Owen's head bounced against the banister post. He sagged, but stayed upright. Curtis shouted from below, "Water's off." The man heard it too. Something left his face. Control. He shoved Owen aside and lunged toward the 3rd floor rear. Our apartment door stood open behind him. Through it, I could see broken glass on the kitchen floor, the rear door hanging inward now, rain blowing through the pane he'd smashed. The 2x4 still barred the outside, but he had reached through the broken glass to unlatch enough to crawl in around it. That was how he had gotten in. Not magic, not Wi-Fi. A body, tools, time, and our assumptions. Mara stumbled after him. I caught her good arm. "You're bleeding." "Lena," she said. From inside our apartment came another muffled cry. Mara pulled free. We went in together. Our kitchen was slick with rain and glass. The cinnamon smell from my abandoned oatmeal still hung faintly under the smoke, and wet wood, absurd and nauseating. The pantry door beside the fridge was open. Inside, the mop bucket had been knocked over. The access panel behind the shelves, which I had never once opened, had been pried loose. A woman's foot kicked weakly from the dark space beyond. "Lena." Mara dropped to her knees. "Lena, it's Mara. We're here." Lena Ortiz lay curled in the crawl space, wrists bound with duct tape, mouth taped, eyes wide and streaming. Water dripped from a hose fed through the wall above her, soaking her scrubs. A small battery-powered pump sat beside the hose, dead now after Curtis cut the power, though its backup light still blinked red. The man stood behind her, half inside the crawl space, one hand gripping the back of her shirt. "Back up," he said. His broken wrist hung oddly. He was sweating and shaking. Cornered, I saw the object in his good hand, not the knife. My company laptop charger, the cord wrapped around his fist, plug end dangling. It sounds almost harmless until someone holds it like a garrote. Mara rose slowly. "Let her go," she said. "You don't know what he has," the man said, nodding at me. "What?" He copied it from the drive, from the old case files. "He shouldn't have. I don't know what you're talking about," I said. His eyes snapped to me. Liar. And there it was, not a mastermind, not an all-seeing phantom. A man with a grievance, wrong or real, who had found my name somewhere in data he believed had ruined him. Maybe through my job, maybe through a client's system, maybe through old breach material. The exact answer could wait. The immediate truth was simpler. He had Lena by the shirt. Mara was bleeding. Owen was swaying in the kitchen doorway. Curtis was pounding up the stairs, and I was out of clever. So I did the only thing left. I picked up the mug of cold oatmeal from the coffee table where it had sat all night. I stepped into the kitchen. "Hey," I said. The man looked at me. I threw it at his face. The mug hit his shoulder, but the oatmeal went everywhere. Thick, cold, cinnamon paste slapped across his eyes and nose. He recoiled, swearing, wiping with his bad hand. Mara moved like she did with frightened animals. Low, fast, committed. She grabbed Lena under the arms and dragged her out. The man lunged blind. I met him with the fire extinguisher. I didn't swing it at his head. I drove the metal canister into his ribs with both hands. Once, he made a barking sound and folded. Twice, he fell sideways into the pantry frame, hit the broken access panel, and slid down. Curtis came in behind me and planted one knee between the man's shoulders before he could rise. He pinned the good arm. Owen, barely steady, kicked the laptop charger cord away. "Zip ties," Curtis said. "In my tool bag," Owen panted. Mara was peeling tape from Lena's mouth. Lena gasped, coughed, and began sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. "It's okay," Mara kept saying, though nothing about her voice sounded like she believed it. "It's okay. You're out, you're out." Below us, metal snapped. Ray had cut the front chain. Fresh air surged through the building when the front door opened. Rain air, street air, the most beautiful smell I had ever known. A siren sounded far away, then closer. Not sudden saviors, not in time to save us from making choices, but coming. Curtis Zip tied the man's wrists, broken one and all. The man screamed when the tie tightened. No one apologized. I slid down against the kitchen cabinet. My forehead bled into my eyebrow. My shoulder had become one hot, useless piece of meat. My hands shook so badly, I pressed them under my thighs to hide it. Mara sat on the floor with Lena's head in her lap, and one sleeve darkening from the cut on her forearm. Owen leaned against the fridge, eyes unfocused, a swelling not already rising at his temple. Pepper barked from downstairs. Nora somehow appeared from under the bed and stood in the bedroom doorway, tail puffed, staring at all of us like we had finally become as unreasonable as she had always suspected. The man on our kitchen floor turned his face just enough to look at me through oatmeal, blood, and rainwater. He smiled, not because he had won, because some part of him had not yet accepted that he had lost. My phone buzzed once in my pocket. I pulled it out with shaking fingers. 1% battery. A notification glowed on the screen from HomeCam Lite. Upload complete. Then the phone died. The first police officer through the front door slipped on the wet tile and caught himself on the mailboxes. I remember that clearly because it was such an ordinary sound. A boot squeak, a hand slapping metal, someone muttering, "Jesus, watch the floor," behind him. After everything, after the alarms and smoke and water, and the man zip-tied on my kitchen floor with oatmeal drying in his eyebrows. The first official response to our nightmare was a tired Somerville cop almost eating it in the foyer. Then the building filled with uniforms. Police first, firefighters right behind them, EMTs with bags over their shoulders, asking the same questions 3 different ways because nobody's answers made sense in the same order. A firefighter killed the remaining alarm. Another one went straight upstairs toward Lena's apartment with a thermal camera. 2 cops took the man from my kitchen without gentleness, but without theatrics either, one holding his broken wrist steady, while the other read him his rights over the sound of rain blowing through our shattered back door. He didn't shout. That bothered me more than shouting would have. He stared at me while they lifted him. His face was swollen on one side from Mara's flashlight. His hoodie was soaked. Cinnamon oatmeal had dried along his jaw in beige clumps. He looked ridiculous and ruined and painfully human. At the kitchen threshold, he said, "You still don't know what you did." One of the officers pushed his head down and guided him through the doorway. Mara, sitting on the floor beside Lena, looked up at me. "Don't," she said, just one word. She knew where my mind had gone. Straight to the hook. Straight to the unsolved part. The wrong file. The upload. The thing he wanted me to chase even after he was cuffed. So I didn't move. I stayed beside her while an EMT cut the sleeve from her jacket and cleaned the wound on her forearm. It wasn't deep enough to hit anything major, but it was ugly. A clean slice through skin, bleeding steadily. The kind of injury that looks too neat until the body starts reacting around it. Mara watched the EMT work with a fixed expression, like she was observing someone else's arm. "You'll need stitches," the EMT said. "How many?" "Maybe 6, maybe 8, Mara nodded. "Pepper needs his paw wrapped." The EMT paused. Mara pointed downstairs. Small brown dog, cut pad, water exposure. He was in the flooded unit. The EMT looked at her, then at the bloody gauze on her arm. "I'll tell fire to bring him out," he said. "I'm a vet tech," she said. You can sit down," he said, not unkindly. For once, Mara listened. She leaned her head back against the cabinet and closed her eyes. Lena was worse, not in the dramatic way I had expected. No movie collapse, no screaming confession. She shook silently under 2 emergency blankets, her lips pale, hair stuck to her face, wrists raw where the tape had been. When an EMT asked her name, she answered. When they asked the year, she answered. When they asked if she knew who had taken her, she looked past them at our pantry wall and whispered, "Tenant meeting." That was all at first. Later, at the hospital, she said more. The man's name was Victor Havel, 43, from Revere, Massachusetts. He had lived in our building years before Mara, and I moved in before the landlord renovated badly and raised the rents badly, and pretended those 2 things were unrelated. Victor had been evicted after a dispute involving water damage, unpaid rent, and accusations that the landlord had entered his unit illegally. Depending on who told it, Victor was either a dangerous obsessive who harassed the property company for years, or a desperate man who lost his apartment, his stored belongings, and a civil case he had tried to fight without enough money. Both versions could be partly true. That was the part I hated. He had worked contract IT jobs after that. Small businesses, camera installs, network setup, smart home troubleshooting for people who wanted doorbells to talk to thermostats and thermostats to talk to locks. It wasn't hard to see the path from there to us. The police found notes in his backpack, building floor sketches, password guesses, printed photos of the rear porches, a list of tenants, my name circled twice, not because I had personally done something to him. That came later, and even then it was crooked. My company handled billing software for several medical practices. One of those practices had once treated Victor's mother. Years before, different department, different state database, different vendor chain, all tangled together in his head, until medical records, debt, eviction, software, and Daniel Miller became one ugly knot. He believed I had access to a file proving his mother had been billed improperly before she died. I didn't. I had never heard her name, but he had found mine in a support forum screenshot from a clinic portal migration, then found my LinkedIn, then my address through an old shipping leak I barely remembered receiving an apology email about. The rest was patience. He watched the building, learned routines, found the cheap camera we had once registered and never properly removed from the app, got into the rear porches through the alley gate with a copped key or a lock rake. The police weren't sure. Drilled through our trim during an afternoon when I was at a dental appointment and Mara was working a double. Plugged the camera into a battery pack hidden in the wall void, and later into building power through the basement laundry circuit. The detective explained all this in a room that smelled like hospital coffee and disinfectant, while a nurse checked my pupils with a penlight. Detective Alana Pierce, 46, female, from Lowell, Massachusetts, had the calm, economical manner of someone who had learned not to react visibly, while people described the worst night of their lives. She wore a navy blazer over a gray sweater, and had rain still darkening the shoulders of her coat. She took statements in pieces, because all of us kept losing the thread. So the network name, I said. Pierce looked at her notes. He had a portable router and signal jammer setup, not sophisticated in the spy movie sense, but enough for close range. He jammed or interfered with your Wi-Fi, broadcast his own network name at high strength, and had some of your devices tricked or previously configured through compromised credentials. My laptop connected. We're having your employer's security team coordinate with our cyber unit. That made my stomach drop. She noticed. Mr. Miller, I'm not saying you did anything wrong. That was the exact sentence people say when wrongness has not been ruled out. My phone said upload complete. I said, I know. What uploaded? We don't know yet. The answer sat between us. Mara was in the next curtained bay, getting stitches. I could hear her answering questions in that flat, practical voice she used when she was scared and didn't want anyone to make a big deal out of it. Yes, tetanus is current. No, I didn't lose consciousness. Yes, the dog bit me, but not aggressively. He was panicking. Owen had a mild concussion and 2 cracked ribs from hitting the wall and then pretending not to. He kept apologizing for bleeding on the ambulance blanket until a paramedic told him, Buddy, The blanket has seen worse. Mrs. Kravitz had smoke irritation, but refused transport until she saw Pepper carried out by a firefighter wrapped in a towel. Then she agreed to go only if someone locked her apartment, retrieved her medication, and made sure the porcelain birds weren't handled by men in gloves. Curtis had a sprained wrist, bruised ribs, and a cut on his shin from basement debris. Ray needed 8 stitches above his eyebrow where Victor had hit him in the alley, but he was the one who had cut the front chain. Curtis stood outside the ER room with his arms folded and his jaw tight until Ray walked in on his own. Then Curtis sat down very suddenly and put both hands over his face. Nobody came out clean. That felt important. By dawn, the rain had stopped. The sky over Somerville turned the color of wet concrete, then diluted blue. From the hospital window, I could see traffic building on Highland Avenue, as if the city had no idea one small building had spent the night trying to swallow itself. Delivery vans, buses, cyclists in bright jackets, a man carrying 2 coffees under one arm and talking into earbuds. Normal life is rude that way. It keeps moving. Mara and I were released just after 8. She had 7 stitches, a bandaged forearm, antibiotics, and a face that looked older than it had 12 hours before. I had a concussion, a bruised shoulder, a glued cut at my hairline, and instructions not to sleep alone for the first night, which made both of us laugh once, quietly, because sleeping alone was not the problem. We couldn't go home. The building was closed for inspection. Electrical damage, water damage, active investigation. The landlord's son, Freddie, arrived around 9 in a puffer vest and loafers, staring at the police tape like it was a personal insult. Mrs. Kravitz, sitting on the back of an ambulance with an oxygen cannula under her nose, called him a negligent little ferret. No one corrected her. Lena went to stay with her sister in Malden. Burr went with Mara's clinic for observation, and Mara spent the entire cab ride to the hotel, texting the overnight vet, even though her own bandaged arm rested uselessly in her lap. Owen checked into the same hotel 2 rooms down from us, because he said if he was going to have nightmares, he preferred to have them near people who understood the plot. Mrs. Kravitz was taken to her niece's house in Arlington after making the fire captain promise, in writing, that her apartment door had been locked. Nora was found under our bed by a firefighter named Paul, who emerged with 3 scratches on his wrist and said, "She's healthy and morally opposed to rescue." That was the first time Mara cried. Not when she got stitched. Not when Lena was carried out. Not when we saw the broken glass in our kitchen, or the zip ties on the floor, or the wet crawl space where Victor had shoved a living woman and turned our own apartment into a holding cell. She cried when Nora was placed into her carrier, furious and unharmed, yellow eyes blazing. Mara pressed her fingers through the carrier door and whispered, I know, we're idiots." The hotel room smelled like bleach, carpet glue, and packaged coffee. We put Nora in the bathroom with food and water. She refused both, then knocked over the plastic cup by the sink with deliberate violence. Mara sat on the edge of the bed. I sat beside her. For a while, we didn't talk. The room was too quiet in the wrong way. No radiator ticks, No upstairs footsteps. No Nora's claws on our own floorboards. Just the hum of a wall unit heater and the soft elevator ding from down the hall. Then Mara said, "You almost stayed for the laptop." I looked at my hands. They were scraped raw across the knuckles. I didn't remember doing that. I know. I saw it happen. I know. I'm not saying it to punish you. I know. She turned her head. Her eyes were red but steady. I need you to understand that knowing what's happening is not the same as helping. There was no anger in it now. That made it worse. I wanted to defend myself. Explain the work files, the possible breach, the patience, the responsibility. All true, all relevant, all less important than the way I had paused when people were in danger, because a screen had offered me a puzzle shaped exactly like my fear. So I said, "I understand." She studied me for a long time. "Do you?" "I'm trying to." That was honest enough that she nodded. Around noon, my employer called. Not my manager. Security. They were polite, careful, terrifying. The laptop had been recovered, but it was treated as compromised. My accounts were locked pending review. The upload complete notification had not, as far as they could tell in the first sweep, referred to a successful transfer of medical data. Victor had staged some of the file activity using local folder names scraped from screen recordings. But there had been outbound traffic. Small, encrypted, not fully identified yet. "So maybe nothing sensitive left the machine," I said. The security lead paused. "Maybe," she said. That word moved into my chest and stayed there. Victor was charged with kidnapping, assault, unlawful imprisonment, breaking and entering, malicious destruction of property, interference with emergency communications, and a list of computer crimes I had to look up later. More charges were possible. The detective told us not to contact him, not to search for him, not to discuss details publicly while the investigation was active. I obeyed, mostly. I did not search his name that day, or the next. On the third day, I typed the first 3 letters into a search bar and then closed the laptop so hard Nora jumped off the hotel desk. Mara watched from the bed. "Good," she said. That was all. 2 weeks later, we were allowed back into the apartment for essentials. Not to live, just to collect clothes, documents, medication, cat supplies. The building smelled like fans, wet plaster, ozone, and bleach. Industrial dehumidifiers roared in the hallways. Sections of wall had been cut open, showing studs and pipes and old dust. Our kitchen looked smaller without the illusion of safety. The broken rear door had been boarded from the inside. The pantry access panel was gone. Behind it, the crawl space stood open and empty, lit by a contractor's temporary work lamp. I didn't look at it for long. Mara packed quickly. Socks, jeans, her work shoes, Nora's medication. She moved with the efficiency of someone handling a room full of sharp objects. Owen came upstairs to help, wearing a rib brace under his shirt and moving like an old man. "I found my other sock," he said. "Where?" Mara asked. "Basement stairs." None of us laughed at first. Then we did, a little too hard, because the alternative was standing there listening to the fans and remembering the water. Mrs. Kravitz had left a note taped to our door in blocky handwriting. "I have your mail. Also, your cat hates the firefighter named Paul." Underneath, smaller, "Good." I kept that note. Before we left, I went to the living room. The TV stand had been pushed back against the wall, but the trim remained exposed where police had photographed the drilled hole. The home cam was gone, bagged as evidence. The cable was gone too. Just the hole remained, a raw little circle in the baseboard. I crouched and looked at it. Such a small thing. A person had entered through that small permission, not because we invited him, because we forgot things. Old apps, old passwords, old devices in junk drawers, back doors we never tested, neighbors we liked but didn't really check on, a building we trusted because it had been boring for a long time. Mara stood behind me. "Dan, I'm coming." I touched the baseboard once, then stood. We moved 3 months later. Not far. Arlington, near Spy Pond, in a smaller place with worse parking and better locks. First floor, because Mara said she was done with stairwells. We bought a new router, new phones, new laptop for me after a long investigation that ended with no evidence of patient data exposure, though I was written up for storing local exports longer than policy allowed. Fair enough. I started therapy because Mara didn't ask me to, and because she didn't have to. We kept Nora. Nora kept us on probation. Owen moved too, eventually, to a place in Medford with a basement apartment. He said he would inspect personally, every morning like a lighthouse keeper. Lena transferred to day shifts for a while and took Pepper to training because he had started panicking at running water. Mrs. Kravitz moved in with her niece temporarily, which became permanent after she discovered the niece had central air and a reliable handyman. Curtis sent Mara a photo of Pepper 6 weeks later, asleep at the clinic with a bandaged paw and a ridiculous blue cone. Under it, he wrote, "Tell him I forgive him for peeing on my boot." Life became almost ordinary. Almost is a real place. You can live there. I work from a desk by a window now. No camera plugged in unless I need it. And when I do, I unplug it after and put it in a drawer that contains nothing else. The router sits on an open shelf where I can see every cable. Mara teases me for checking the back door twice before bed, but she checks it after me. We have a landline because Mrs. Kravitz mailed us a prepaid cordless phone with a note that said, "Welcome to 1998, you're safer here." Some nights, the wall heater clicks at the wrong moment, and both of us stop moving. Some mornings, I wake before the alarm and listen to Mara breathing beside me. Not because someone can see it, because she is there. That should feel like comfort, and mostly it does. But there's one thing I never told Mara. A month after we moved, after the police returned some of our belongings, I found the old Celtics magnet in a box of kitchen stuff, the one that had held the thermometer to the fridge. It had a scratch across the leprechaun's face that I didn't remember. On the back, stuck under the curled edge of the magnet, was a micro SD card. No label, no note. I took it to Detective Pierce. I did. I drove to the station, signed it over, watched her put it in an evidence envelope. She called 2 weeks later and said it was blank. Factory empty. Maybe Victor hid it there and never used it. Maybe it had been corrupted. Maybe it was just some random card from the junk drawer that stuck to the magnet during the chaos. That's what I tell myself. Most days I believe it. But sometimes, late at night, my phone drops from Wi-Fi to data for no reason. It happens to everyone. Routers hiccup, phones roam, networks blink. Still, I always check the list. I scroll past the neighbor's printer, the upstairs tenant's guest network, the usual jokes, the default strings of letters and numbers. I never see that name again. Not once. And somehow that is not as comforting as it should be. Because every time I look, I catch myself holding my breath. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here, dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I bought a second-hand laptop. The webcam turns on only when I look away, is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images. Just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The webcam light clicked on while I was looking at the wall. Not while I was typing. Not while I was scrolling. Not even while I had the laptop open all the way. I was sitting on my bedroom floor with my back against the radiator, one knee up, eating dry cereal from the box, because all my bowls were in the sink, and the screen had gone dim from inactivity. The laptop was on my desk, angled away from me, showing only a faint blue rectangle on the wall. Then came that tiny sound, a dry little tick. The green dot beside the camera appeared in the reflection of my framed poster. I turned my head. It went out. For a few seconds, I stayed like that with my hand still inside the cereal box, fingers touching the dusty crumbs at the bottom. Outside my window, a bus hissed at the stop on Flatbush Avenue. Somewhere below, a guy laughed too loudly, the way people laugh when they are trying to convince the night they are not tired. My radiator knocked twice, paused, and knocked again. I told myself the most boring explanation first, because boring explanations had kept me functional for 29 years. Software update, glitch, driver issue, some app asking for camera access. Nothing more. My name is Mara Voss, 29, female, originally from Buffalo, and now living in Brooklyn, New York, in a fourth-floor walk-up that always smelled faintly of old plaster, laundry detergent, and somebody else's garlic. I worked remote support for a small medical billing software company, which meant I spent most of my days talking nurses through frozen dashboards and doctors through password resets, while pretending my own life was not a stack of overdue tabs. My everyday motive was simple. I needed a working laptop that did not scream like a hair dryer during video calls. My private flaw, the one I did not tell people because it sounded small and embarrassing, was that I hated being watched. Not in a dramatic way. Not, I think everyone is spying on me. More like I could feel a tension as a pressure on the skin between my shoulder blades. Mirrors in dark rooms bothered me. Open laptop cameras bothered me. People standing behind me in line bothered me. I had learned to laugh it off. I had also learned where every reflective surface was in my apartment. The laptop was secondhand, bought that afternoon from a man in Queens who seemed more annoyed than sinister. His name was Victor Hale, 41, male, from New Jersey by way of Long Island, according to his marketplace profile. And the way he said coffee. He had met me outside a laundromat in Astoria because he said he was between errands and did not want a stranger in his apartment. He wore a navy windbreaker with a broken zipper and kept rubbing his thumb over the edge of his phone case. The laptop was a matte black Lenovo, 3 years old, lightly scratched near the trackpad, with a charger wound so tight the cable had memory bends in it. "Battery's decent," he'd said, flipping it open on the hood of his car. "Screen's clean. I wiped it. Fresh Windows install." "You wiped it yourself?" I asked. He gave me a look, not angry, just tired. "Yeah, I know how to wipe a laptop." I wasn't sorry. "I have to ask. Ask whatever. Just don't haggle after making me drive here." He had a little crescent scar beside his left eyebrow. I noticed that because I notice faces when I am nervous, I notice exits too. The laundromat door, the bus stop, the woman folding towels inside by the window. Normal things. Places to go if normal stopped being normal. The laptop booted. The keyboard worked. The webcam showed my own face, gray and damp, looking in the winter light, my hair trapped under my scarf. Victor clicked through settings with the impatience of someone proving a point. "See, camera, mic, Wi-Fi, all good. Why are you selling it?" "Got a work machine," he said. "This one's been sitting." That was all. He did not oversell it. He did not avoid eye contact. He did not say anything creepy like "take good care of her," which, honestly, would have made me leave. I paid him $320 through Zelle, while a washing machine thumped unevenly behind the glass. When I got home, I wiped the laptop again, because Victor knowing how to wipe a laptop did not mean I trusted Victor. I made tea I forgot to drink. I installed Chrome, Slack, my password manager, the billing software VPN client, and the stupid headset app that never recognized my headset until the third try. I put a sticker over the camera, peeled it off because the adhesive left a smear, cleaned the smear with a lens cloth, then told myself I was being weird. By 8:30, the laptop felt almost mine. That was when the green dot appeared in the poster glass. I watched the dead camera for another full minute, as if it might get embarrassed and explain itself. Nothing happened. I leaned forward slowly. The floorboards gave their usual long complaint under my weight. On the desk, the laptop sat half open, screen showing the login page. My cereal box crackled when I set it down. I did not touch the keyboard yet. I looked at the tiny camera pinhole above the screen. No light. I turned my head away toward the poster. Tick. Green. I whipped back. Dark. My mouth made a sound I did not plan, somewhere between a laugh and the start of a word. "No," I said to the room. The room gave me the radiator's clicking pipe and the refrigerator kicking on in the kitchen. I tried again, because apparently that is what the human brain does when it is offered a bad little magic trick with a perfectly reasonable explanation hiding somewhere behind it. I looked straight at the webcam. Nothing. I turned my face toward the wall, keeping the laptop in the edge of my vision. Tick. A green bead in the poster glass. I turned. Gone. This time my stomach tightened, not with terror exactly, but with the sour embarrassment of being alone with something I could not immediately categorize. I grabbed my phone and called Drea. Andrea Drea Collins, 30, female, born and raised in Philadelphia, was my neighbor across the hall and the closest thing I had to family in the building. She worked nights as an ER registration clerk at New York Presbyterian Methodist, had a voice that could cut through drunk nonsense at 10 paces, and collected novelty mugs from places she had never visited. She had seen me cry over a rent increase, a dead mouse, and one particularly cruel performance review, so there was not much pride left between us. She answered with, "Tell me this is not about your printer again. It's the new laptop. Return it. You haven't heard the problem. Second-hand electronics from men named Victor are always return-it situations." I looked at the laptop. The camera light turns on when I look away. There was a pause, filled on her end by the beep of something hospital-related and a muffled voice saying, "Room 6 needs a bracelet." Drea said, "Say that again," but less like the cold open of a podcast. The webcam light. It turns on, only when I'm not looking directly at it. "Mara, I know. Is Zoom open?" "No. Teams." "No. Some website." "No. Login screen." "You sure it's the webcam light and not like the power indicator reflecting weird?" "I know what a webcam light looks like." "I know you know what a webcam light looks like because you put tape over your work laptop like it owes you money." "That's not helping. It's a little helping." Her tone softened. "Okay. Do you want me to come over before work? You have work." "I have 20 minutes before I need to leave." I almost said no. I wanted to say no, because needing someone to look at a blinking light with me felt childish. But the laptop sat on my desk with its bland corporate face, and the idea of being alone with it for even 10 more minutes made the cereal in my stomach feel like wet cardboard. "Yeah," I said. "Please." Drea knocked 3 minutes later, because the walls in our building were thin enough that phone calls counted as invitations. She came in wearing navy scrubs under a huge tan coat, her hair twisted up with a clip shaped like a butterfly. She smelled like rain, hand sanitizer, and the peppermint gum she chewed when she was trying not to smoke. "All right," she said, dropping her tote by the door. "Show me the demon computer." "No demons. I'm respecting your worldview. Show me the malware computer." We stood in my bedroom, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the laptop. "Don't look at it directly," I said. Drea turned her whole head toward me. "Do you hear yourself?" "Yes, I hate it." "Good. Self-awareness is important." I positioned her by the poster where the glass caught the laptop at an angle. I stood by the desk, facing the webcam. When I look away, the light goes on. When I look back, it goes off. "Okay, ready?" I have never been less ready for anything. I looked at the webcam. Dead. I turned my face toward the closet door. Tick. Drea stopped chewing. That was worse than if she had screamed. I kept my head turned. "Is it on?" "Yeah," she said quietly. I looked back. The green light vanished. Drea made a small, irritated noise through her nose, the sound she made when a patient's relative tried to explain HIPAA to her incorrectly. "Do it again." We did it 4 more times. Each time, the same thing happened. Not delayed, not random, not every few minutes. The light came on when my eyes left the camera and cut out as soon as I looked back. Drea folded her arms tight across her chest. "Unplug the internet. It's on Wi-Fi. Turn off Wi-Fi. I did. The laptop's login screen showed the little globe icon with a slash through it. Now, she said. I turned away. Tick, green, Drea whispered. I hate that. The room seemed smaller after that. The ceiling light was on, but weakly, the bulb old enough to make every corner look bruised. A siren passed outside, rising and falling between buildings. Someone in the apartment above dragged a chair, the legs scraping in 3 short bursts. Drea stepped closer to the laptop, but did not touch it. Could be some hardware test, like a sensor thing. What sensor knows whether I'm looking at it? Face detection. On the login screen with Wi-Fi off, I'm trying to keep us from becoming idiots. I appreciate that. She pointed at my phone. Call someone who knows computers. I know computers. You know customers who think clearing cookies is witchcraft. Call someone who knows creepy computers. That meant Owen. Owen Fletcher, 32. Male from Manchester, England, was an independent repair tech who rented half a desk in the back of a phone shop on Atlantic Avenue and had once recovered my tax documents from a hard drive I had dropped down a stairwell. He was not a close friend exactly, but we had the kind of mutual respect born from crisis. I paid on time. He did not talk to me like I was stupid. He had sandy hair, nicotine-yellowed fingers despite claiming he only vaped, and the calmest voice I had ever heard outside a weather report. I FaceTimed him. He answered from under a desk, the camera giving me a view of his chin and one eye. Mara, he said, please tell me you've learned to back up files. I bought a laptop. Already a mistake. Drea said, that's what I said. Owen shifted, and the camera steadied. Who's that? Drea, neighbor, witness. Witness to what? I explained. I kept it factual. Bought second-hand Lenovo. Fresh install. Camera light activates when not directly observed. Happens offline. Stops when looked at. Owen stared at me from the little square on my phone. Behind him, I could hear the soft clatter of tools and a radio playing something with too much bass. Finally, he said, close the lid. I did. Does the light come on? No. Open it, but cover the camera with a bit of opaque tape. I found black electrical tape in the junk drawer and cut a crooked strip with kitchen scissors. My hands were not shaking, but they were less precise than usual. I pressed the tape over the webcam. Now try, he said. I looked away. Tick. A green glow seeped faintly around the tape's edge. Drea took one step back. Absolutely not. Owen's expression changed. Not fear, focus. That was almost as bad. Is there any remote access software installed? He asked. I just wiped it. Windows reset or full external reinstall. I hesitated. He nodded once. That's not the same thing. Victor said he wiped it. Victor can say he's the Duchess of Kent. Doesn't make it helpful. Drea looked at me. Return it. Owen said, don't connect it to any of your accounts again. Don't type passwords. Don't plug in any USB drives. Power it down. I reached for the power button, then stopped. There was a new sound, very faint, not from my phone, not from the radiator, from the laptop. A thin electronic chirp, barely there, like the tiny noise a cheap speaker makes before a notification. Then the screen, which had been sitting at the login page, brightened. The cursor moved, just once. A little twitch to the left. All 3 of us saw it. Owen saw it through my phone camera because he said sharply, "Was that you?" "No." The cursor moved again, down, then nothing. Dria's voice went flat. "Shut it." I held the power button. The screen went black after 5 seconds. The webcam light stayed off. The fan slowed with a soft descending whine until the room was left with the ordinary apartment sounds again. Traffic, pipes, Dria's gum, my own breathing through my nose. Owen said, "Take the battery out. It's internal." "Of course it is." He rubbed his face. "Bring it to me tomorrow morning. First thing. Don't turn it on again." Dria picked up the charger from my desk and unplugged it from the wall with 2 fingers, like it had been found at a crime scene. "Or throw it in the Gowanus." "Don't throw electronics in the canal," Owen said automatically. "You are not in charge of my healing process, England." I almost laughed. Almost. The moment had that strange pressure relief people reach for when something is wrong, but not yet officially dangerous. Then my work laptop chimed from the kitchen table. A Slack notification. The sound was ordinary, cheerful, obscene in the room. I went to check it, because habit is stronger than fear, until fear proves it has paperwork. It was a message from my supervisor reminding everyone that tomorrow's 8 a.m. call had been moved to 7:30. Camera mandatory. Client escalation. I stared at the message and felt a different panic creep in under the first. Rent was due in 6 days. My old work laptop had crashed twice during calls that week. The second-hand Lenovo was supposed to be the thing that kept me from looking incompetent on video in front of people who said "circle back," as if it were a form of prayer. Dria read my face. "No, I didn't say anything. You're thinking something broke. I need a laptop tomorrow. You need that laptop in a metal trash can." Owen said, "You can use a library computer for email." "I can't take client calls from the Brooklyn Public Library." "Borrow one," Dria said. "From who?" She opened her mouth, then shut it. She had a work tablet that would not let her install anything. Owen had repair machines in pieces. My friends were either broke, far away, or both. The black Lenovo sat on my desk, closed now, looking harmless in the way objects do when they have finished misbehaving and want you to feel dramatic for noticing. Owen's voice came through the phone, quieter. "Mara, listen to me. A camera light coming on by itself is one thing. A cursor moving after a supposed wipe is another. Could be a bad install, could be remote access, could be compromised firmware, could be some idiot's prank setup, but you don't use it until I've opened it." Dria nodded hard. Do that. I looked at the laptop. Then at my rent reminder magnet on the fridge, visible through the bedroom door. Then at the Slack message still glowing on my work machine. "I can drop it at your shop tonight," I said to Owen. "I'm closing in 10 minutes. I can get there in 30. I won't be there. Can you stay?" He glanced away from the camera, and I heard someone in the shop call his name. "I can't. I've got my sister's kid tonight." Dria checked the time and swore. "I have to leave in 4 minutes." The choice settled over the room without anyone naming it. Leave the laptop shut until morning and risk my job taking another hit, or turn it back on just long enough to figure out whether there was an ordinary explanation. Device manager, startup apps, camera permissions, event logs, things I knew how to check, things that would make this less like a story and more like a support ticket. I hated that I wanted the support ticket. I hated that part of me needed the problem to become small enough to manage. Drea saw it. Mara, I'll keep the Wi-Fi off. No, I won't sign in. No, I'll just check the logs. Owen said my name in a way that made it sound like he had already seen where this kind of reasoning led. Maybe not to anything bloody or cinematic, but to data lost, accounts stolen, lives cracked open by people who understood patience better than their victims did. I put one hand on the closed laptop. It was still faintly warm. Outside, the bus hissed again at the curb. Upstairs, the chair scraped once more. Drea's phone buzzed with her rideshare arriving. Owen waited on FaceTime, his face pixelating for a second as the connection dipped. On the desk, the black strip of tape over the webcam had lifted at one corner, just a little, like an eyelid. I did not open the laptop. Not yet, but I did not step away from it either. By midnight, I had convinced myself I could handle it like a work problem. That was not bravery. It was avoidance, wearing a headset. I dragged one of my kitchen chairs into the bedroom and sat facing the second-hand Lenovo like it was a customer on hold who had already sworn at me twice. Drea had left for the hospital. Owen had texted me 3 separate warnings in increasingly plain English. Do not power it on. Do not connect it to Wi-Fi. Do not sign in. Put it in a bag and bring it tomorrow. I read them all. Then I wrote back, I'm just going to photograph the BIOS screen. No login. He replied almost immediately. Mara, don't. I put my phone face down. That should tell you enough about the kind of person I was when cornered. I hated being watched, hated even the idea of a stranger's attention coming through a pinhole above a screen. But I hated needing help almost as much. I had spent years making myself useful, careful, low maintenance. I was the person who solved tickets. I did not become one. The laptop sat closed on my desk. The tape over the webcam had curled a little more at the edge, probably from the warmth of the lid. The room had cooled since Drea left. The radiator pipes clicked and sighed, and the window glass held the blurry orange smear of the streetlight outside. I found an old compact mirror in my makeup drawer, the kind with a cracked plastic lid, and propped it beside the laptop so it reflected the webcam area. If the camera light came on while I was looking at the keyboard, I would see it in the mirror. That felt clever for about 3 seconds. Then it felt like setting up a trap for myself. I pressed the power button. The laptop hummed awake with a soft fan whir. The Lenovo logo appeared. I tapped F2, missed it, swore, restarted, and tapped again until the BIOS menu opened in a flat gray-blue layout that looked comfortingly ugly. No Wi-Fi, no windows, no login screen, just firmware settings. I exhaled through my teeth. See, I said to no one. Boring. The mirror showed a dark webcam. I took photos of the BIOS screens with my phone. Serial number, boot order, security options. Nothing obviously wrong, though obvious was not really my lane once you got below Windows. My job was helping overworked clinic staff find the button marked export. Owen was the one who knew what a normal firmware page should and should not say. I was scrolling through the security tab when my old work laptop chimed again from the kitchen. Another Slack message. I ignored it. A second chime followed, then a third. That got me up. On the kitchen table, my work laptop was open beside the cold mug of tea I had forgotten hours earlier. The screen showed a string of notifications from my supervisor, Paige. Paige Larkin, 36, female, from Chicago, was my supervisor at the medical billing software company. A woman who spoke in polished bullet points, even when annoyed. She was not cruel exactly, but she had the corporate skill of making concerns sound like documentation. She lived in Denver, ran our support team across time zones, and had already warned me twice that my recent call dropouts were creating visibility issues. Her messages stacked one after another. Are you still able to join the client escalation tomorrow? Need confirmation tonight. Camera required per client request. If equipment is still unstable, we may need to reassign. That last word hit harder than it should have. Reassign meant less trust. Less trust meant fewer escalations. Fewer escalations meant Paige could justify cutting my hours the next time leadership wanted efficiency. Nobody ever said fired until the calendar invite disappeared. I typed, "I'll be there. New device should be ready." I stared at the phrase "new device" after I sent it. Then my phone buzzed. "Drea, tell me you didn't turn it on." I looked toward the bedroom. The second-hand laptop was still in the BIOS menu, screen glow pale against my desk. I had not touched the keyboard for maybe 2 minutes. In the compact mirror, reflected from across the room, the webcam light was green. My throat tightened so fast it hurt. I walked back slowly, one bare foot after the other on the cold floorboards. The camera light stayed on in the mirror. The laptop was not in Windows. There should have been nothing using the camera. I leaned in, keeping my eyes fixed on the mirror instead of the lens. The light stayed green. I turned and looked directly at the webcam. Dark. The BIOS screen remained open, unchanged. Phone buzzed again in my hand. Drea calling. I answered without saying hello. "You turned it on," she said. "I'm in BIOS." That is not no. The camera light came on in BIOS. There was a pause, and behind her I heard hospital noise, wheels rattling, a distant alarm, someone saying, "Ma'am, please stay seated." Drea lowered her voice. "Power it down." I did not sign in. "I am going to reach through this phone and bite you." "Drea." "What?" It came on when I was in the kitchen. That quieted her. I heard her breathing for a second. Then she said, "Put it in a bag. Right now. I need to check one thing." "No, you need to stop doing the thing where you make danger submit a ticket before you believe in it." That landed because it was true. "I told Paige I'd be on the call," I said. "I do not care about Paige." "I do. I know. That's the problem." The bedroom light flickered. Not dramatically. Not the whole apartment plunging into blackness. Just one weak flutter from the old ceiling bulb, enough to make the laptop screen seem brighter, and the corners of the room pull back for half a second. Then the light steadied. "Was that on your end?" Drea asked. My light flickered. "Okay, shut it down." I held the power button until the screen went black. This time, I kept holding it longer than necessary, counting under my breath to 15, because I did not trust the blank screen to mean anything anymore. The fan stopped. The room settled. Then my router in the living room blinked red. I noticed because it cast a tiny pulse against the wall by the bookshelf. Red, internet almost never went out. When it did, the router light turned amber first. This was red, then dark, then red again. From the kitchen, my work laptop lost connection. The Slack window grayed out. "No," I whispered. Drea heard me. "What now?" "My internet's down." "Good." "Not good. I need it tomorrow." "You have bigger problems than a client call." Easy to say when your paycheck isn't tied to Comcast behaving. "Mara, I know." But the problem had become concrete then, sharpened down to minutes and logistics. I had a mandatory video call in 7.5 hours. My old work laptop was failing. My new laptop was behaving like something with an owner I had not met. My internet had dropped right after I shut it down. And if I missed that escalation, Paige would not write Mara experienced a reasonable privacy concern involving a compromised second-hand device. She would write Mara failed to secure functional equipment after prior warning. Drea said, "Go to my apartment. My Wi-Fi's separate. Use my laptop." "You have a laptop, my old Dell. It's slow, but it works if you threaten it." "You're at work. Spare key under the planter." "There is no planter. Fake plant by my door. That is a planter. It has never held dirt, so don't get technical." I almost cried from the relief of an ordinary solution. "I can do that. And bring the Lenovo into my place too. I don't want you alone with it. You want it in your apartment. I want you where there are walls thinner than paper and Mr. Kowalski across the hall pretending not to listen." "Fair." She lowered her voice more. "And call Owen. Tell him what happened." "I will. Now." I did not call Owen first. I put the Lenovo in my canvas grocery tote, wrapped in a hoodie, because touching the warm lid with my bare hands made me feel stupid and exposed. I grabbed my phone charger, my headset, my notebook, and the old work laptop. The hallway outside my apartment smelled of bleach and fried onions. The overhead fixture buzzed, making the beige walls look jaundiced. Drea's apartment was 10 steps away across the hall. The fake plant was where she said, a dusty plastic fern in a chipped blue pot. I lifted it, found the key, and then stopped. There was a sound from the stairwell, not footsteps exactly. A soft shift, fabric against painted metal, a pause. Our building was old enough that every movement had a signature. Mr. Kowalski on 3 coughed before climbing. The college guys on 5 stomped. Drea's landlord's nephew jingled keys like a warning bell. This sound was careful, someone trying not to be heard. I stood in the hallway with Drea's key in my hand and the canvas tote cutting into my shoulder. "Drea," I whispered into the phone. "What?" "I think someone S in the stairs. Go into my apartment." I slid the key into her lock. It stuck halfway because of course it did. Drea had warned me it needed to be lifted and turned at the same time. My hands forgot the sequence. The tote shifted. The laptop inside knocked against my hip. From the stairwell, 1 floor below, came the low creak of weight on a step. Then nothing. I lifted the key, turned, pushed. The lock clicked. I got inside and shut the door as quietly as I could, then turned the deadbolt with both hands. Drea's apartment was warmer than mine and smelled like lavender detergent, coffee grounds, and the vanilla candle she always forgot to light. I did not turn on the overhead light. The street lamp through her blinds made narrow bands across the floor. "Are you in?" she asked. Yes, good, stay there. Chain lock too. I slid the chain across. What did you hear? Someone on the stairs. Could be anyone. I know, but you don't think it was. I don't know what I think. That was the most honest thing I had said all night. I set the tote on Dria's kitchen table. Her old Dell was in the corner under a stack of mail, exactly where she said it would be, with a charger coiled around it and a mug beside it that read Grand Canyon Adventure. Though Dria had never been west of Ohio, I powered it on. It made a grinding fan noise like it was clearing its throat after a long sleep. Dria said, "Password is Picklebut with a capital P. I wish I didn't know that." You're welcome. The Dell took nearly 4 minutes to reach the desktop. I connected to Dria's Wi-Fi. It worked. My shoulders loosened for the first time in an hour. Then my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Just one image. No words. At first, I could not understand what I was seeing. It was dark and grainy, lit by a greenish cast. A rectangle, a wall, a framed poster, my poster. The photo had been taken from my bedroom desk, aimed at the spot where I had been sitting earlier with the cereal box in my hand. I enlarged it with 2 fingers. The image pixelated, then steadied. In the lower corner was a sliver of me reflected in the poster glass. My head turned away from the laptop. The timestamp on the image file was 8:34 p.m. from when the light first came on. I stopped breathing for a second, then forced air in through my mouth because the alternative felt like giving whoever sent it exactly what they wanted. Dria said, "Mara, talk." I sent her the image. Her end went quiet. Then, in a voice I had never heard from her, she said, "Call 911. I looked at the tote on the table. The Lenovo was inside, wrapped in my hoodie, powered off. My phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number. "Don't give it to him." I stared at the words until they stopped looking like language. "Him who?" I whispered. Dria said, "Mara, call 911. A third text appeared. "Owen isn't the first person you called." Apartment seemed to tilt slightly, not enough to move, just enough to make every object feel placed by someone else. Dria's unopened mail, the Grand Canyon mug, the dead black TV reflecting my pale oval face, the tote on the table with the laptop inside. My phone was still connected to Dria. I could hear hospital noise on her end, but she was not speaking now. "Dria, I'm here," she said, but her voice sounded farther away. Someone knocked on Dria's apartment door. Not loud. 2 knuckles. Polite, a pause. Then a man's voice from the hallway said, "Mara." I did not answer. The voice came again, softer, like he was trying not to wake the building. "It's Victor. I need the laptop back." Dria inhaled sharply through the phone. The knock came again. This time, lower on the door. "I know you're in there," Victor said. The Dell fan whined on the table. My phone screen glowed with the unknown number. The canvas tote sat between my hands, holding the thing he wanted, the thing Owen had told me not to use, the thing that had already taken at least one picture of me when I thought I was alone. Dria said, very quietly, "Do not open that door." Victor knocked once more. Then he said, "You don't understand what's on it." And behind me, muffled inside the tote, the second-hand laptop chimed. Victor's voice on the other side of Dria's door was the worst kind of calm. Not angry, desperate enough to be dismissed. Just low and careful, like he was standing in a hallway after midnight asking to borrow sugar, instead of demanding back a laptop that had just texted me a picture of myself. "Mara," he said again, "open the door." I backed away until my hip bumped Dria's kitchen table. The tote shifted beside me. Inside it, the Lenovo gave another muffled chime. The sound was small. That made it worse. Dria was still on the phone, her voice pressed thin by panic and hospital background noise. "Bathroom," she said. "Go to the bathroom and lock yourself in." "There's one door," I whispered. "Then get away from that door." I moved through Dria's living room by memory and streetlight. Her apartment was the mirror version of mine. Front door opening into a narrow living area, kitchen to the right, bedroom straight back, bathroom tucked between bedroom and kitchen. The windows faced the same side alley as mine, 4 floors down to a strip of concrete where the building kept trash bins chained to the wall. Across the alley, another brick building stared back with dark windows, and one blue TV glow on the 2nd floor. Victor knocked again, 3 times now. The chain on the door trembled with each tap. "I'm not here alone," I called, trying to make my voice bigger. "A dumb lie. A child's lie." "I know," Victor said. "Andrea's at work." My mouth went dry in a way water would not have fixed. Dria heard him. "Call 911. Put me on speaker and call 911 from the work laptop or the Dell." "The Dell's still booting updates." "Of course it is," she snapped, then softened immediately. "Mara, phone, emergency call, now." That was our first attempt. It should have been simple. I pulled the phone from my ear, thumbed to the keypad, and dialed 911 with the kind of clumsy precision that comes when your fingers stop feeling like yours. Dria stayed on the line in a little green bar at the top of the screen. The emergency call connected after 1 ring. 911, "What's the address of your emergency?" I gave it. "Building number, Flatbush Cross Street, 4th floor, apartment 4B. I said there was a man outside the door who had followed me, that he was demanding property, that I did not feel safe." The dispatcher asked whether he had a weapon. "I don't know." "Is he attempting to enter?" "No. He's knocking." "Do not open the door. Officers will be sent when available. Stay on the line." When available. 2 words that made the apartment shrink. From the hallway, Victor said, "Police won't understand this fast enough." The dispatcher asked, "Ma'am, did he say something?" I repeated it. "Do you know this person? I bought a laptop from him today." There was the faintest pause, not judgment, just the machine of procedure finding its category and placing me inside it. Dispute over property. Unknown threat. No visible weapon. Locked door between us. "Officers are being assigned," she said. Assigned was not arriving. Signed was not footsteps on stairs. Victor must have heard enough through the door, because his tone changed. "Mara, listen to me. If you called police, you need to power it off. All the way, hold the button down. Do not let it connect to anything." "It is off," I shouted. The tote chimed again. The dispatcher said, "Ma'am, what was that sound?" I stared at the bag. Dria whispered through the other line, "Don't touch it." But the chime had a pattern now. 1 soft note. Pause, another, like a calendar alert. I I set the phone on speaker and reached into the tote. The hoodie was warm around the laptop, warm enough to feel wrong. I pulled it out by the edges. The lid was still shut. No power light showed. No fan. Then the screen lit up through the hairline gap at the front. A cold white line. The Lenovo was waking inside its own closed mouth. The dispatcher's voice came from my phone. "Ma'am, I did something stupid, because fear sometimes gives you bad instructions in the voice of common sense." I opened the laptop just enough to hold the power button. The screen flashed. Not Windows, not the login page. A black screen with a white text box in the center. Return device to original owner. Below it, smaller, transfer in progress. Do not interrupt. I pressed the power button hard. The screen went black. For half a second, I thought it worked. Then Dria's Dell, on the kitchen counter behind me, made the same soft chime. Its screen woke. A file transfer window sat open on the desktop. I had not opened anything. I had only connected the Dell to Dria's Wi-Fi. The progress bar read 14%. "Jesus," I said. Dria heard the change in my voice. "What? It's on your laptop now." "What's on my laptop?" "I don't know." The dispatcher said officers were en route, but her voice had become distant to me, like someone speaking from another room underwater. I lurched to the Dell and yanked the Wi-Fi menu open. My hands were clumsy. I clicked the wrong icon first, opened volume, cursed, clicked network. The Dell froze. The cursor spun. Then a folder opened by itself. Inside were thumbnails. Not many, maybe 20, all still images. My bedroom, my kitchen, my hallway, Dria's door from the hallway angle, the fake plant, my hand lifting the key. The newest image had been taken from behind me inside Dria's apartment. I spun around so fast I hit my thigh on the chair. Pain flared sharp and immediate. The living room was empty. Bathroom door open. Bedroom door open. No one behind the couch. No person crouched in the shadows with a phone. Just Dria's coat thrown over the armchair in a shape that, for one awful second, looked like shoulders. That was the misdirection. My brain made a body out of fabric because it needed a body. I grabbed the coat and it slumped flat. Nothing behind it but a reusable grocery bag and one dropped sock. The photo had not come from someone inside the apartment. It had come from the Lenovo's camera when I had carried it in, or from my own phone, or from something worse but still technical. A device on the network, a compromised webcam, a process moving faster than I could understand. The dispatcher kept asking if I could confirm my apartment number. 4B, I said, breathing too hard. I'm in 4B, he's outside. Dria cut in. You're in 4B. Mine is 4B, yours is 4A, remember? For 1 second, my mind went blank. She was right. In the panic, I had given Dria's apartment as mine, but said 4th floor and used my own mental map. My door was 4A across the hall. Dria S was 4B, the dispatcher repeated. You are currently in apartment 4B. Yes, sorry. 4B, the man is outside 4B. It was a small mistake. In a normal night, it would have meant nothing. On that night, it felt like I had just moved the police one door farther away from me in their heads. Victor knocked again, harder now. Mara. Stop the transfer. I went back to the Dell. The progress bar moved to 21%. Our second attempt was to kill the network. Drea knew her router was on the low shelf beside the TV, wedged behind a stack of old magazines and a ceramic lamp shaped like a seashell. She talked me toward it while the 911 operator stayed on the other line, and Victor kept speaking through the door in fragments. "Unplug the black cord," Drea said. "There are 4 black cords. The fat one. They're all fat. The one going into the wall." I dropped to my knees beside the TV stand. Dust got on my palms. The floor smelled faintly of candle wax and old heat. My bruised thigh throbbed where I had hit the chair. The cords were tangled with the commitment of things nobody expects to move. I pulled one. The TV clicked off. "Not that one," Drea said. "I gathered," Victor said. "If police see those files before you know what they are, you're finished." I stopped with my hand around another cord. That was the first thing he said that sounded aimed, not urgent. "What does that mean?" I shouted. "You think this is about you?" he said. "It's using you." "Who is?" Silence. Then, from farther down the hallway, another door opened. "Mr. Kowalski from 4C, hey," he barked. "People are sleeping." Victor said something too low for me to hear. Mr. Kowalski answered louder. "I don't care." Get out of the hallway. A scrape. A thud. Not a punch, I don't think. More like a shoulder hitting the wall or someone stumbling into the radiator pipe that ran along the stairwell side. The dispatcher asked, "What was that noise?" I crawled toward the door before I knew I was doing it. Drea shouted, "Mara, no." Through the peephole, the hallway warped into a fish-eye tunnel. The yellow overhead bulb hummed. Victor stood 3 feet from the door, angled toward Mr. Kowalski's apartment. He had one hand raised, palm out, not threatening exactly. Mr. Kowalski, 70-something and built like a bent coat rack, stood in his bathrobe with a baseball bat held in both hands. For a second, the sight of that bat made my legs weak with relief. A witness, a person, a normal neighbor with a normal weapon and normal anger. Then Victor turned his head and looked straight at Drea's peephole. Not at the door, at the peephole, like he knew my eye was there. I jerked back. The dispatcher said officers were close. Close meant anywhere. The Dell chimed again. 32%. I found the router plug and yanked it from the wall. The Wi-Fi light died. The Dell's transfer window flickered, but did not close. 32%. Then 33%. "No," I said. No, Drea said. "How is it still going?" I looked at the Lenovo on the table. Its lid was open now. I had not opened it fully after pressing the power button, but there it was, screen angled up, black except for a spinning white circle. My phone, sitting beside it, showed a small blue icon at the top. Bluetooth. The laptop was not using Wi-Fi. It had found another way to talk. I turned Bluetooth off on my phone. Then, on the Dell, fighting the lag, stabbing through settings while the cursor dragged like it was underwater. The progress bar hit 38% before the Dell finally froze hard, screen locked with the transfer window half grayed out. Partial success. Network killed. Bluetooth killed. Transfer interrupted. But now the Dell was unusable too. Drea made a sound on the phone that was almost a sob and swallowed it before it became one. "My work logins are on there." "I didn't mean." I know you didn't." That hurt worse than if she had blamed me. From the hall, Mr. Kowalski said. I said, "Leave." Victor answered, "Sir, go back inside." You don't tell me what to do in my building. Then a sharper sound. Not a gunshot. Not anything cinematic. A crack of wood against metal. The bat hitting the railing. Mr. Kowalski shouted in pain. The peephole showed only motion when I looked again. Victor backing toward the stairs. Mr. Kowalski clutching his wrist. The bat on the floor. Victor had not attacked him exactly, but he had moved fast enough, close enough, to knock the bat away. Mr. Kowalski's face was gray with shock. That was the moment the situation changed from creepy to physically unsafe. The police still were not there. Our third attempt, if you can call it that, was to get the laptop out of the apartment without giving it to Victor. Owen finally called. I had forgotten I'd texted him a photo of the transfer screen with the words, "What is this?" His face appeared on my phone, lit by the inside of a car. "Where are you?" I asked. "Atlantic, heading your way. You said you had your sister's kid. She's got him. Listen to me." "Is Victor there?" "Outside the door," Victor said. "That Owen." Owen heard him. His face changed. Not confused, not surprised, afraid. "Owen," I said slowly. "Do you know him?" "No, not personally." "That's not an answer." "Mara, does the laptop have a service tag sticker underneath? White label, maybe scratched. It's in front of me. Don't turn it over near your phone camera." "Why? Just don't. Read it to me if you can." Drea said, "Owen, what is happening?" He ignored her. "Mara, that machine may have been part of a batch stolen from a private investigation office in Queens. Some of them were recovered. Some weren't." The words did not fit into the room at first. Private investigation office. Stolen, recovered. What files? I asked. "I don't know. You know something." "I know a client brought me one 2 months ago and left when I asked too many questions. Same model. Same weird persistence after wipe." Victor's voice came through the door. He opened it. "Ask him what he copied." Owen snapped. "Do not listen to him." I looked at the Lenovo. The black tape over the webcam was still curled. A faint green glow leaked from underneath. "Is someone watching through it right now?" I asked. Owen hesitated. That was enough. I grabbed the black electrical tape from Drea's junk bowl, slapped another piece over the camera, then another, pressing hard enough that my nail bent backward and tore at the edge. Pain sparked under the nail. A thin line of blood welled beside the cuticle. The green light still bled around the tape. "Put it in the oven," Drea said suddenly. "What? My oven, metal box, Faraday cage or whatever," Owen said, "not with the battery in it. I'm not turning the oven on. Still not ideal, but better than open air. Wrap it in foil if she has any." I found aluminum foil in the drawer beside Drea's stove. My hands shook so badly, the cardboard teeth shredded the sheet into uneven strips. I wrapped the laptop once, twice, 3 times, folding foil around the edges until it looked like a bad leftover from a paranoid diner. Then I opened Drea's oven and put it on the middle rack. The apartment became very quiet around that act. Not safe, just quiet. The Dell was frozen. Drea's router was unplugged. My phone had Bluetooth off and emergency call still active. Victor stood outside with Mr. Kowalski injured and watching from his doorway. Owen was driving toward us. Police were somewhere between assigned and present. For about 30 seconds, it felt like we had stopped the bleeding. Then the fire alarm went off. hard, shredding beep from the hallway smoke detector. I flinched so violently my shoulder hit the stove hood. Drea yelled, "What happened?" I didn't turn anything on. The hallway alarm kept screaming. Then another joined from downstairs. Then another above us. The building's old alarm system caught and spread, not sprinklers, just a brutal synchronized shriek that bounced through the walls and made thinking nearly impossible. Doors opened. People shouted. A baby started crying somewhere below. Feet hit stairs. For one stupid instant, I thought the laptop had done it. Then I smelled smoke. Real smoke. Not from the oven, from the hallway. I ran to the peephole. Victor was gone. Mr. Kowalski's door was open, his apartment dark behind him. Smoke drifted up from the stairwell in thin gray sheets, curling under the hall light. A neighbor downstairs shouted, "Trash fire. Third floor landing." The misdirection snapped into place. Not a supernatural device triggering alarms, not some impossible electronic reach. Someone had set fire to something in the stairwell. Maybe to flush me out. Maybe to bury the scene in chaos. Either way, it worked. The dispatcher's voice became urgent. "Ma'am, if there is smoke, you need to evacuate if you can do so safely." Drea was crying now, quietly but audibly, angry at herself for it. "Take the back stairs." "There are no back stairs. Fire escape. My windows have bars. Yours too." I knew the building map too well. Fourth floor hallway led left to the main stairs, and right to a dead-end window painted shut. My apartment 4A and Drea's 4B faced each other near the stairwell. Mr. Kowalski's 4C sat beside Drea's. The only way out was past the smoke. The oven held the foil-wrapped laptop. The hallway filled with alarms and voices. Owen said, "Do not leave that laptop behind." The dispatcher said, "Leave belongings if there is fire." Drea said, "Mara, get out." Victor's earlier text sat in my mind like a hook. Don't give it to him. But now there was no version where the laptop stayed hidden until morning. Firefighters would enter. Police would enter. Victor might re-enter. Owen was coming. Unknown numbers were watching. Every adult solution had arrived at once, and somehow made the room more dangerous. I wrapped a dish towel around my bleeding finger, grabbed the foil-covered laptop from the cold oven, and shoved it back into the canvas tote. Smoke slipped under Drea's front door in a thin, dirty ribbon. My eyes started to water. That was the point of no return. The hallway outside was no longer a place to hide from. It was the only way out. Smoke made the hallway look longer than it was. That was the first thing I remember clearly. Not Victor. Not the alarm. Not even the laptop knocking against my hip inside Drea's canvas tote. Just the hallway stretched thin and gray, the yellow ceiling bulb turning into a dirty coin above the stairwell door. The smoke was not thick enough to hide in. It was worse than that. It was thin enough to show me every option I did not have. Drea was shouting through my phone, but the alarm kept cutting her into pieces. "Mara, stay low, cover your don't you dare." The 911 dispatcher was still there too, trying to keep her voice level. "Ma'am, if the exit is passable, move toward the stairs. Do not use the elevator." "There is no elevator," I coughed. My throat scraped on the words. The tote strap dug into my shoulder. Inside it, the foil-wrapped Lenovo was warm again. I had wrapped it in layers, stuffed it in a hoodie, and still it seemed to have its own pulse. Not supernatural, I knew that. Batteries heated under load. Processors heated when something was running. A machine could do terrible things and still obey physics. That did not make me feel better. I crouched by Dria's door and pressed the back of my hand against it. Warm, but not hot. I undid the chain with fingers that had gone stiff. My right index fingernail throbbed where I'd torn it. Blood had soaked through the dish towel in a small brown oval. "Mara," Dria said, clearer for 1 second. "Leave the bag." Owen, on the other line now merged into a mess of speaker audio, snapped. "Do not leave the bag," Dria said. "She is in a burning building." "It's evidence," Owen said. "It's bait," Dria shot back. That word sat there, bait. I opened the door. Smoke slid in at knee height, smelling of melted plastic and wet paper. The alarm in the hall punched at my ears. Mr. Kowalski's apartment door was open beside me. He stood inside his threshold, bathrobe hanging crooked, one hand clamped around his wrist. His face was pale and furious. "Fire S on 3, he shouted. "Stairs are ugly but passable." Where S. Victor ran down. Of course he had. I looked toward the stairwell. The door stood partly open. Smoke moved through the gap in slow folds. Below, voices shouted over one another, people coughing, someone yelling for a child named Eli. Above us, feet thudded from the 5th floor. Mr. Kowalski saw the tote. His watery eyes sharpened. That what he wanted? Yes. Then don't give it to him. Simple advice from a man in slippers, holding a swelling wrist. I almost laughed. It came out as a cough. We moved together, if you can call it that. Mr. Kowalski first, because he insisted he could still walk fine, and because he was too stubborn to admit his wrist might be broken. Me behind him, one hand on the wall, tote across my body. The smoke thickened near the stairwell. My eyes watered until the steps blurred. The building's stairwell ran down in square flights around a central shaft, painted metal railing on the inside, stained plaster on the outside wall. From the 4th floor landing, you could see down half a flight to the 3rd, where orange light flickered low and mean. Not a wall of flames. A trash bag burning against the landing by the mail flyers, licking at a cardboard box and sending black smoke upward. Someone had already thrown water on it. The flames sputtered and crawled rather than roared. That almost made it worse. It looked manageable, deliberate, a fire set by someone who wanted chaos, not collapse. A woman from 5th floor pushed past us carrying a toddler under one arm and a cat carrier in the other. The carrier banged my shin. Sorry, she sobbed. The toddler screamed directly into my ear. For 3 seconds, everything was bodies and elbows, and hot breath and smoke. Then a hand grabbed the tote. Hard, I twisted on instinct. The strap burned across my neck. Victor was on the half landing below, one foot braced on a step, face slick with sweat, eyes red from smoke. He had changed since the hallway. No careful voice now. No polite knocking. His windbreaker was zipped wrong, one side higher than the other, and his left cheek had a gray smear of soot. "Let go," I shouted. "You don't know what you're carrying." I kicked at him. Not a movie kick, not clean. My bare foot hit his shin and folded weirdly against the bone. Pain shot up my ankle. He grunted, but did not release the strap. Mr. Kowalski swung his good elbow at Victor's head and missed by a mile, but it made Victor duck. The tote slipped. For one awful second, the bag hung between us over the central stairwell gap. Below us, someone shouted, "Move." The alarm kept screaming. My phone fell from my hand and bounced down 2 steps, screen glowing, Dria's name flashing. I heard her voice, tiny and furious from the floor. "Mara, Mara," Victor yanked again. The strap snapped. I fell backward onto the steps. My left elbow struck the metal tread. A bright, nauseating ache spread up my arm. The tote came free in Victor's hands. For a second, he had it. Then the foil-wrapped laptop inside gave another chime. Victor looked down. That was all I needed. I grabbed Mr. Kowalski's dropped baseball bat from where it had rolled against the railing. I did not swing at Victor's head. I was not brave enough for that, or cruel enough, or coordinated enough. I swung at his hand. The bat cracked against his knuckles. Victor screamed. The tote dropped. It hit the landing, and the laptop slid out, still wrapped in foil, but dented at one corner. The foil tore, exposing black plastic and the curled edge of electrical tape over the webcam. The green light was on, even through smoke, even with the tape. A tiny, hateful star. Victor cradled his hand. 2 of his fingers bent wrong. "You stupid," Mr. Kowalski shoved him. Victor stumbled backward down 3 steps, caught the railing, and nearly went over. He did not fall. Real life is cruel that way. People catch themselves. Injured people keep moving. Bad decisions do not always kill the person making them. I scooped up the laptop. My torn fingernail screamed when it scraped the hot foil. Victor looked up at me from the lower steps. His face changed again. Less anger, more calculation. "Fine," he said, coughing. "Take it to Owen. Ask him why the investigator who owned it is missing." That sentence landed harder than his hand on the tote had. "What?" He wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Ask him what he found 2 months ago." Behind Victor, through the smoke below, blue-red light flashed against the stairwell window. Police. For a half-second, relief made my knees loose. Then Owen appeared at the building's front entrance below them. He was not supposed to be there already, but Atlantic Avenue at night is not far if you drive like you hate living. He pushed in behind the first responding officer, one hand raised, shouting something I could not hear over the alarm. The officer, a broad man in a dark jacket, ordered everyone down. Another officer came in behind him, coughing into her sleeve. Firefighters were not inside yet. Sirens wailed outside, still arriving, still parking, still sorting the ordinary chaos of a small building fire. Victor saw Owen. Owen saw Victor. Neither man looked surprised enough. That told me everything and nothing. The stairwell packed tighter as people tried to descend, and the officers tried to climb. The trash fire on 3 still spat smoke. Someone had dragged the burning bag away from the wall, leaving a black smear on the landing. Water ran down the steps in dirty streams. I held the laptop to my chest and started down. "Mara," Owen shouted. "Give it to me." Victor laughed once, ugly and breathless. "There it is." Owen's eyes snapped to him. Shut up. The officer looked between them. Everybody out. Now. I called, I said to the officer. That man followed me. He tried to take this. The officer pointed at Victor. You, downstairs. Victor raised his injured hand. I was trying to stop evidence destruction. Downstairs. Owen pushed one step higher. Mara, that machine is actively transmitting. It needs to go into a shield bag. You have one? I asked. In the car, Victor said. Of course he does. Owen's jaw tightened. And then the laptop spoke. Not in a ghost voice. Not like the dead through a speaker. It used the tinny built-in speakers under the keyboard, distorted from being half wrapped in foil. Loud enough to slice through the moment, because it should not have been on at all. A recorded woman's voice said, If you are hearing this, do not surrender the device to Owen Fletcher. The stairwell seemed to stop. Even the alarm felt, for 1 second, like it moved farther away. The voice continued, calm and close-mic'd, British accent softened by years in America. My name is Elise Ward. I am a licensed private investigator in Queens. This device contains copied surveillance logs, client records, and evidence of illegal access tools installed by a third-party repair contractor. If the dead man transfer has triggered, I am incapacitated, missing, or unable to retrieve the device myself. Owen's face drained. Victor whispered, Told you. The recording cut into static, then stopped. The green webcam light stayed on. The police officer said, What the hell is that? Nobody answered. Then Owen moved. Not toward me exactly, toward the laptop. Fast. The officer grabbed his arm, but Owen twisted, panicked, and for the first time since I had known him, all his soft weather report calm vanished. He looked young and wrecked and mean with fear. Mara, listen to me, he said. That file is edited. She was paranoid. She accused everyone. You said you didn't know Victor personally, I said. I don't. Victor barked a laugh. He worked on her machines. As a contractor, Owen snapped. Normal repair work. The officer forced Owen back a step. Hands where I can see them. Owen obeyed, but his eyes stayed on me. If that uploads raw, people get hurt. Who? Clients, witnesses, kids, domestic cases. You have no idea what's in those files. That was the problem. He sounded believable. So did Victor. So did a dead or missing investigator's recording coming from a laptop that had spent the night photographing me without consent. There was no clean truth in the stairwell. Just smoke, sirens, damaged men, and a machine built to make everyone desperate. I looked down at my phone on the step. Its screen had cracked, but Drea was still connected. Her voice came through faintly. Mara, she said, do not decide alone. That saved me. Not because it gave me an answer, but because it reminded me there was another option besides Victor or Owen. I bent for the phone. Owen shouted, Don't connect it to anything. I'm not. I grabbed the phone and held it out toward the officer. This is the dispatcher, I called. This laptop may have evidence from a missing private investigator. Both these men want it. I want police to take it, document it, and keep them away from me. The officer's expression changed at the word missing. Procedure finally found a stronger category. He took the phone. This is Officer Malley. Who am I speaking with? The dispatcher's voice crackled. Owen's mouth compressed. Victor leaned against the railing, breathing through his teeth, injured hand tucked against his chest. For one fragile second, it seemed like that would be it. Police would take the device. Firefighters would put out the trash fire. I would sit on a curb with smoke in my hair and tremors in my legs and give a statement I could not yet organize. Then the Lenovo's screen lit fully. The foil had loosened. The lid was open 2 inches. On the black screen, white text appeared. Transfer RESUMED, mobile network available. My cracked phone, still in the officer's hand, flashed a hotspot icon. The laptop had paired earlier, or my phone had been compromised, or Dria's Dell had passed something. I did not know. I only knew the progress bar appeared beneath the text. 74%. Owen saw it. Victor saw it. The officer did not understand fast enough. Owen lunged again, this time not at me, but at the phone in the officer's hand. The officer shoved him back. Victor used the distraction. Injured hand or not, he came up the steps and grabbed for the laptop with his good one. I made a choice without thinking it through. I ran down, not away from the building, not toward Owen's car, down 2 steps and onto the 3rd floor landing, where the trash fire still smoked in a wet black heap, and a firefighter was coming through the front with a hose over one shoulder. The laptop hit 81%. Mara, Dria screamed from the phone. I dropped to my knees by the soaked landing. Heat pressed against my face from the half-dead fire. The smell was awful. Burnt plastic, rotted food, chemical sweetness from melted packaging. I gagged hard enough that spit ran from my mouth. The firefighter shouted, "Ma'am, move." I tore the laptop from the tote. My hands were shaking. My burned fingers slipped on foil. I ripped the rest away and opened the lid. The webcam light glared green. For the first time, I did not look away. I looked straight into it. "Whoever you are," I said, my voice ragged, "you don't get my phone too." Then I raised the baseball bat and brought it down on the keyboard. The first hit cracked plastic, but did not kill it. The second hit caved the keys around the center. The screen flickered. Owen screamed. No, Victor screamed too, a different sound, furious and afraid. The firefighter grabbed for my shoulder. I twisted away and swung a 3rd time, aiming not for the screen but the hinge, the place Owen had once told me laptops hide their antenna cables. The hinge snapped. The screen went sideways, hanging by torn wires. The webcam light stayed on. Of course it did. So I did the thing every sensible person tells you not to do with a lithium battery inside a device. I grabbed the ruined laptop by the broken screen half and slammed the base down onto the wet concrete landing, hard, then again, until something inside popped with a sharp chemical smell. The firefighter tackled me backward, not gently. My head hit the stair edge. White flashed behind my eyes. For a few seconds, there was only weight, alarm, the firefighter's coat ruff against my cheek, and someone shouting, "Battery, battery." Smoke changed flavor. Acrid, metallic. The laptop did not explode. It did not burst into movie flames. It hissed and spat and smoked from the cracked underside. A small, violent failure that made everyone around it recoil. The The firefighter dragged me away by the back of my shirt, then kicked the laptop farther onto the wet patch and sprayed it with a short blast from the hose. Water hit hot electronics. Steam rose. The screen went black. The green light died. That should have felt like victory. It felt like breaking a bone to get out of a handcuff. Owen was on the stairs above, held now by both officers. He was saying, "You destroyed evidence," over and over, but his voice had lost force. Victor had sunk onto a step below, clutching his broken fingers. Soot streaked down his face like someone had tried to erase him. The officer asked him, "Why were you here?" Victor looked at me. For once, he did not seem to be performing. "Because Elise was my sister," he said. Owen stopped talking. The alarm still screamed, but the space inside my head went narrow. Victor swallowed. "She mailed me a key and a note before she disappeared. Said a laptop would surface if her contractor tried to clean house. I was supposed to get it before he did." Owen said, "He's lying." Victor laughed weakly. "Ask him why he kept telling her paranoid clients their spyware was imaginary. Ask him why 3 of them ended up back with the men they were hiding from." The officer told Victor to stop talking. Victor did not. That thing wasn't watching you because it cared about you. It watched everyone who opened it. It was built to collect leverage and send it if tampered with. Elise rigged it to expose him. Owen's face changed again. Not confession, not exactly, but something closed, a door inside him. I sat on the wet step, coughing so hard my ribs hurt. My ankle throbbed. My elbow burned. Blood from my torn nail had smeared across my palm and dried into the lines there. My head felt too large and too fragile. Drea was still on the phone somewhere, crying openly now, telling someone at the hospital she had to leave, that her friend had been attacked, that no, she did not care who approved it. The firefighter crouched in front of me. "Can you stand?" "I don't know. Try." I did. I could, barely. Outside, cold air hit my face like water. Police lights painted the building red, then blue, then red again. Neighbors stood on the sidewalk in coats over pajamas. Someone had brought Mr. Kowalski a chair. He held an ice pack to his wrist and glared at Victor with pure old man hatred. Owen was put in the back of a patrol car, not dramatically. No slammed head, no speech, just hands guided behind him, cuffs clicking, his face turned away from mine. Victor was treated by EMTs near the curb, his fingers splinted, an officer standing beside him. The ruined laptop went into a metal evidence container after the firefighters checked the battery twice. It looked small in there, pathetic, a broken black thing that had made grown people chase one another through smoke. An officer asked me questions. I answered what I could. Yes, I bought it from Victor. Yes, the camera light turned on. Yes, there were texts. Yes, Owen told me not to give it to anyone else. Yes, the recording said Elise Ward. No, I did not know her. No, I did not know what had transferred before I destroyed it. At that, the officer looked tired. I understood. I had broken the one object everyone wanted intact. But I was alive. Drea arrived in a rideshare 20 minutes later, wearing her hospital badge and no coat, arms wrapped around herself against the cold. She pushed past an officer with such force he actually stepped aside. When she reached me, she did not hug me at first. She grabbed my shoulders and looked at my face, my hands, my eyes, taking inventory like I was one of her ER patients. Then she hugged me, hard. It hurt my elbow. I let it. Across the sidewalk, my cracked phone buzzed in an evidence bag on the hood of a patrol car. Once, nobody touched it. The screen lit just long enough for me to see an incoming text from the unknown number. No image this time, just 3 words. Transfer reached 100%. Then the screen went dark. They put a pulse oximeter on my finger in the back of the ambulance, and for some reason, that was what made me cry. Not Owen in cuffs. Not Victor sitting on the curb with his hand wrapped in a temporary splint. Not the police officer asking me, very carefully, whether I understood that destroying the laptop might affect an investigation. It was the little red glow through my fingertip, the clip squeezing my nail, the EMT watching the numbers while I sat under a foil blanket with smoke in my hair, suddenly aware that my body had been doing its job without asking permission. Breathing, pumping blood, keeping me upright through fear, stares, fire, and bad decisions. Then it wanted payment. The EMT's name was Alicio Ramirez, 38, male from the Bronx, and he had the practiced gentleness of someone who had seen too many people apologize for needing help. He cleaned the tear beside my fingernail, checked the knot rising behind my ear, and asked me to follow his penlight with my eyes. Headache, he asked. Some. Nausea. A little. Did you black out? No, I don't think so. That's not my favorite answer. Drea was standing just outside the ambulance doors, wrapped in a turnout blanket someone had thrown over her shoulders. She had left work without her coat and with her badge still clipped to her scrub top. Her face looked tight and bright under the emergency lights. She hit her head on a stair, Drea said. I heard her, Alicio said, not unkindly. She always underreports. I'm sitting right here. She once said she had a little stomach thing, and it was food poisoning. It was not food poisoning. You were green. I was tired. Alicio looked between us and said, I'm going to recommend the ER. I looked at Drea. She looked back with the flat expression she used on belligerent patients. Don't, she said. I didn't say anything. You were about to say you're fine. I have work in 6 hours. That was true and ridiculous at the same time. The sentence came out of me automatically, like my brain had reached for the old emergency handle. Job, rent, consequences. Keep moving. Drea's eyes filled again, but she didn't let anything fall. Mara, you are going to the hospital. So I went. At New York Presbyterian Methodist, the fluorescent lights made everything look less dramatic and more damaged. That was worse in its own way. My hands were dirty. My sweatshirt smelled like smoke and wet concrete. The cuticle on my right index finger was swollen and angry. My left elbow had a bruise blooming under the skin, purple at the center and yellow around the edge. My ankle had started to puff over the bone. Drea stayed with me until another nurse threatened to call her supervisor if she kept trying to work while off the clock. She argued, lost, and sat down in the plastic chair beside my bed with the stunned obedience of someone who had finally run out of adrenaline. A police detective came at 4:17 a.m. Her name was Detective Lauren Briggs, 44, female, from Queens, with short gray blonde hair and a voice that did not waste motion. She introduced herself, showed her badge, and asked if I felt able to answer questions. Drea leaned forward before I could. She has a possible concussion. Briggs nodded. Then we'll keep it simple. Simple meant 2 hours, not all at once. She let doctors come and go. She let me sip water through a straw. She listened without interrupting as I explained the marketplace sale. The webcam light, the photo from my bedroom, Victor at the door, Owen's calls, the transfer, the recording, the stairwell, the bat, the fire. When I got to the part where I smashed the laptop, Briggs looked down at her notebook for a long moment. Then she said, "The firefighters recovered enough of the drive assembly for digital forensics to attempt extraction. Enough, maybe. No promises. What about the transfer? We're looking at your phone and Miss Collins's laptop." Drea rubbed both hands over her face. "My Dell is older than some residents," Briggs said. "Old doesn't mean safe." That sat in the air. She told us what she could, which was not much and still too much. Elise Ward, 42, female, a private investigator licensed in New York, had been reported missing by her brother Victor Hale 11 weeks earlier. Her office in Long Island City had been burglarized 2 days after she vanished. Several laptops were taken, along with external drives and printed case files. Victor had not been cleared of suspicion at first, which explained his reluctance to involve police quickly, and his talent for making every good decision in the worst possible way. Owen Fletcher had done contract repair work for Elise's office. That part was true. He had also serviced devices for at least 3 people connected to domestic violence and custody investigations Elise was handling. Briggs would not give details. She did not need to. Drea's jaw tightened until a muscle jumped near her temple. Was he spying on them? I asked. Briggs closed her notebook. That is what we are investigating. Is Elise dead? We don't know. Victor came to the hospital later that morning with 2 fingers splinted, escorted by an officer for his own statement. He did not ask to see me. I saw him anyway through the glass panel by the nurse's station, sitting in a chair with his shoulders folded inward, looking smaller than he had in the stairwell. His windbreaker was gone. He wore a gray t-shirt with smoke stains near the collar. For a few seconds, I hated him. Then I remembered his face when the laptop played his sister's voice. The hate did not leave. It just had to share space. Drea saw me looking. You don't owe him anything. I know, you really don't. I know. But knowing did not stop me from wondering what I would have done if my brother had disappeared, and the only trail left behind was a machine designed to watch whoever touched it. I hoped I would not set a fire in a stairwell. I hoped I would not frighten a stranger half to death. But grief and fear had a way of making people call recklessness a plan. Paige called at 7:12 a.m. I stared at my borrowed hospital phone because my own was sealed in an evidence bag somewhere, and laughed so suddenly Drea flinched. "Don't answer," she said. "I have to." "You absolutely do not." But I answered. Paige began with, "Mara, we're 5 minutes from prep, and I don't see you in the waiting room." Her voice was crisp. In the background, I could hear keyboard clicks, somebody clearing their throat, the clean little machinery of a morning meeting, continuing without knowledge of smoke or police tape. I said, "I'm in the hospital." A pause. "Oh, are you all right?" It was not a bad question. It was just too small. "No," I said, "not really." I gave her the version a supervisor could process. Fire in building, police incident, head injury, equipment seized, unable to attend call, documentation available. When I stopped, Paige was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "Take today. We'll mark it emergency leave." It was decent of her, maybe, or legally careful. By then, I did not have the energy to separate kindness from policy. "Thank you," I said. "And Mara, yeah, I'm glad you're safe." That sounded almost human. After I hung up, Drea said, "See, the company did not collapse because you missed one video call. No, it'll collapse later for unrelated reasons." She smiled for half a second, then covered her face and started crying. Not loud, not dramatic. Her shoulders just folded, and the sound came out of her like air leaving a punctured tire. I reached for her with my bandaged hand. She gripped it carefully. "I'm sorry about your laptop," I said. "Shut up. And your Wi-Fi. Shut up more. And making you leave work." She looked at me then, eyes wet and furious. "I thought you were going to die in a hallway because some men turned your fear into a project. Do not apologize to me about a Dell that takes 9 minutes to open Gmail." So I shut up. The doctors kept me for observation until afternoon. Mild concussion, sprained ankle, bruised elbow, smoke irritation. No burns, except a small red mark along my palm from the hot foil and a raw groove at the base of my neck where the tote strap had dragged against my skin. That mark lasted longer than the smoke smell. By the time we got back to the building, the 3rd floor landing had been scrubbed, but not clean. The wall above the trash area was stained black, and the stairwell smelled like wet ash, bleach, and old metal. A square of plywood covered the broken glass in the lobby door where firefighters had forced access. Someone had taped a handwritten sign by the mailboxes. "Do not leave trash in stairwell. This means you." Mr. Kowalski had added underneath in blue pen. "Also do not set it on fire." He was sitting outside 4C when we reached the 4th floor, wrist wrapped, slippers on, baseball bat across his lap like a ceremonial object. "You alive?" he asked. "Mostly." "Good. Police took my bat." Drea said, "You have it right there. This is the backup bat." Of course it was. He looked at me for a long moment, then nodded toward my apartment door. "Officers were in there. They locked up after." "Thank you." He shrugged. "You hear anything weird, you knock. Don't be proud." That nearly undid me more than the ambulance had. Inside my apartment, everything looked almost normal. That was the ugliest part. The cereal box was still on the bedroom floor. My cold tea still sat in the kitchen. The framed poster still hung on the wall, but its glass had a fingerprint smear from where I must have touched it earlier. My work laptop sat dead on the table, battery drained, lid half open like a tired mouth. There was a strip of black electrical tape stuck to my desk, curled at one corner. Drea reached past me and snatched it up. Nope, she threw it in the trash. Then she took the trash bag out, tied it, and put it in the hallway where Mr. Kowalski could glare at it until one of us carried it downstairs properly. For the next 3 days, ordinary life came back in pieces. But every piece had a crack. The police kept my phone. They gave me a receipt with an evidence number. Dria's Dell was taken too, which she pretended not to mind until she remembered her tax folder was on the desktop and spent 10 minutes swearing into a pillow. Owen was released after questioning, then arrested again 2 days later on charges Briggs would not discuss in detail: computer crimes, tampering, something involving unlawful surveillance. Victor was not charged for the stairwell fire at first. Then he was. Then, according to Briggs, his lawyer argued he had not said it, only followed whoever did. The building camera in the lobby had been out for months. Of course it had. A neighbor on the second floor had seen a person in a dark hoodie near the trash pile, but could not say whether it was Victor, Owen, or someone else entirely. Elise Ward remained missing. That was the fact everything circled and could not land on. But pieces of her work surfaced. Because of the smashed laptop itself, at least not entirely. The final transfer had gone to a cloud storage account registered under a name Briggs did not share. From there, encrypted packages had been sent to 3 places: a law office in Queens, a journalist, and an NYPD cybercrime tip address. Elise had built the laptop to release what she had if the wrong people tried to reclaim it. I asked Briggs whether wrong people included me. She said, "I think you were a trigger, not a target." That was meant to comfort me. It did not. A trigger still gets pulled. The medical billing company mailed me a replacement work machine after Paige approved an emergency equipment request. It arrived in a clean white box with asset tags and instructions. Dria sat with me while I opened it. Mr. Kowalski stood in the doorway pretending he had come by to ask about a package. The new laptop was silver, corporate, boring. I did not touch it for almost an hour. Finally, Dria said, "We can put tape on it." I looked at the webcam. A tiny black circle above the screen, nothing more. "No," I said. She blinked. "No, if I tape it, I'm going to stare at the tape." "That sounds like you." I bought a sliding cover. I showed her the little plastic webcam covers I had ordered, 5 for $6. Practical, cheap. Designed for people who understood that privacy and paranoia sometimes wore the same jacket. Mr. Kowalski grunted approval from the doorway. "Get one for your phone too." "That's not how phones work," Dria said. He ignored her. "Get one." I stuck the cover over the camera, slid it shut. Open, shut. The sound was barely audible, a soft plastic click. I could live with that sound, mostly. Weeks passed. Owen's shop closed. The phone repair place on Atlantic put up a sign saying the back desk was available for rent. Victor sent one message through Detective Briggs, an apology I did not ask to read, so I didn't. Dria changed all her passwords and started keeping her spare key with Mr. Kowalski instead of under the fake plant. Paige stopped requiring my camera unless a client specifically insisted. She never said why, and I never asked. I went back to work. That was the strangest part. After everything, I still answered tickets, still asked nurses to refresh the page, still listened to doctors blame our software for their hospital Wi-Fi, still paid rent, still bought groceries, still cleaned cereal crumbs from my bedroom floor. almost ordinary. But I changed small things. I turned reflective picture frames away from my desk. I checked active connections every night, even though Owen had taught me just enough to know I did not really understand what I was looking at. I stopped buying used electronics from strangers. I stopped telling myself that needing help was the same thing as failing. Sometimes, when my work call ended and the screen went dark, I would catch my own face reflected there and feel that old pressure between my shoulder blades. Attention, memory, a room that had once looked back. 1 month after the fire, Detective Briggs called to tell me they had found Elise Ward's car in a long-term parking lot near Newark Airport. No Elise, no body. Inside the trunk, hidden beneath the spare tire cover, they found 2 external drives wrapped in anti-static bags and a disposable phone with 1 unsent message addressed to Victor. Briggs would not tell me what it said. "Is she alive?" I asked. "I don't know. Do you think she is?" The line went quiet long enough for me to regret asking. Then Briggs said, "I think she planned for several possibilities." That was all. That night, I sat at my desk with my replacement laptop, a cup of hot tea, and the webcam cover slid shut. Rain tapped against the window. Downstairs, the bus sighed at the curb. Across the hall, Drea laughed at something on TV, and Mr. Kowalski banged once on the wall because he believed shared walls were a form of negotiation. I opened my email. A new message sat in my inbox. No sender name, no subject. It had already been flagged as spam. I should have deleted it. I know that. I had learned nothing if not the value of not opening doors just because they knocked. But the preview line was visible. "Thank you for not giving it to him." I sat there until my tea went cold. The webcam cover was closed. The laptop was new. My phone was new. Owen was in custody. Victor was being watched by police. Elise Ward was missing, maybe dead, maybe not. The screen did not blink. No green light appeared. Nothing moved except the rain on the glass and my own reflection breathing shallowly in the dark screen. After a while, I closed the laptop without opening the email. Then I turned it around on the desk so the camera faced the wall. Not because I believed it could see me, because I remembered how easily belief had become beside the point. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.